Friction, yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spirit and Salt, episode number 24. We are just missing our dearest Neo. He'll be here just as soon as he can when he's free from the labors of capitalism, which binds him currently. We're going to get started. Let's begin with a little recap. We had a bit of a chonky episode last time, so I wrote the recap down.
Oh my God.
Professional.
Wow. Last time, you guys continued investigating the disabled train in Liberty Valley using some divination magic to deduce that Top and Yo-Yo Pendleton were abducted, knocked unconscious, and taken off somewhere to the west. Marble suspected that they'd been kidnapped at the behest of Mick Eisenhower, CEO of Vanguard Ethertech International, in order to force him to hand over his power core and its designs to them. Based on the direction that they went, you guessed that perhaps they were taken to the town of Blackwood, a small rural town in western Toluca where a Vanguard Ethertech factory is located. So for the time being, you continued on your way to Cherry Falls, where you went and spoke with the sheriff, told her about the incident at the train, and she explained that it sounded like the work of Los Cinco Espinados, a gang based out of Blackwood territory, under the jurisdiction of Sheriff Bill Statler, who she recommended you go speak with. While you were at Cherry Falls, Cadence also explained to everyone her business here in town that didn't already know, that she is looking to retrieve her missing colleague, the Oniromancer Vanira Osteroth, and either return her to Daybreak City, or in the event that she refuses to return, tie up a loose end, as it were. So you guys split up to two groups, one led by Cadence to go look for Vanira, and one with Marble to go check out Canton Mechanics, the location of the Artificer fight ring that Marble had originally come here to participate in before everything went awry with his brothers. Cadence and her team spoke with some of the criminal elements around Cherry Falls, including Milo Abracosa, the business partner of Rafferty Garrington, and learned that a number of weeks ago, Vanira met in Cherry Falls with one Kageyori, the dirty work guy and fixer in the employ of Mick Eisenhower, known to handle the illegal dealings that he can't get involved in himself. And from there, the two of them, Kageyori and Vanira, went to Blackwood for unknown reasons. Meanwhile, Marble and his team checked out the Artificer fighting ring and shopped around in the factory for crafting materials that could potentially win as prizes, and discovered that only a few weeks ago the warehouse was completely bought out of all of the rare niche specialty parts that Marble needs to repair his race car, specifically the parts that he can use to make an apparatus to let the power core interface with his race car, and that they were bought by none other than Mick Eisenhower himself. Evidently kind of indicating that somehow Eisenhower has some element of Marble's designs in hand already. So with all that, Marble sort of decided that if he was going to get his brothers back, he may have to give up his power core, and I think kind of resigned himself to just giving it up and making a new, better design, and just letting go of his current power core. With all those clues gathered, you guys made your way to the town of Blackwood, where you spoke briefly to the deputy there, Orlando Merrill, second in command behind Sheriff Bill Statler. He gave you a brief rundown and description of Los Espinados. Told you a bounty that was available for them. But he said that Sheriff Bill would know more about specifics and where they might be located. Told you to come back around sundown, and Bill would be back from his patrol to talk to you about it. So in the meantime, you guys briefly checked out a little saloon, while Bones and Morisco visited a candy shop selling magical candies, run by one Tom Pepperstripe. While you were there, the shop was also visited by none other than Kageyori. The two of you eventually ran off when it seemed that Kageyori recognized Bones specifically. And back together again with your party, you guys somewhat frantically discussed what to do now that Kageyori is in town. Talked about possibly trying to get to the Vanguard factory before he got there with a better chance of rescuing your brothers, but Marble was like, gang, I'm just going to give them the power core. There's no point in this heroic rescue mission you're all trying to do. You eventually saw Kageyori walking off towards the train station, which leads not just to other towns, but also to the factory. And with this understanding that essentially you were going to offer him your power core anyway, what you needed was a conversation, Cadence approached him and tried to essentially strong arm or convince him to give up information about Vanira or about the twins, but to no avail. Even when Cadence offered Marble's power core or Marble's business, he seemed completely unfazed and uninterested. And we left off as he had walked off into the train station, leaving Cadence alone in the middle of the street as the sun sets over the town of Blackwood. That is right where we're going to jump in. Before we do, inspirations. go to Bones and Neo for spending the equivalent of $200 worth of money at the candy shop and buying a shitload of candy. With that, as mentioned, the lamp lighters have kind of just gone through and lit the lamps here in Blackwood. Sun is kind of setting over the western horizon. It's not quite as dark as pictured here. The sun is just setting, but it's beginning to dip down below the horizon as Kageori walks off into the train station. Go ahead, Marble.
I don't know if I asked this, but what does this factory produce?
What is
If it does help, I do have what's it called? I have a feat. My background gives me chain of supply chain.
Yeah, supply chain. I do remember that. Yes, that's a very good point. Okay, 25 is what you needed to know this factory even existed in this spot, but you did get exactly 25 when you made the roll. You don't know specifically down to the detail what it produces, but you know that Vanguard is in the business of civic and military technology. And I think that you would know that this particular factory is more on the military side of that operation.
Yes.
In other words, the patrol Zeppelin that Bones flew on back in Daybreak City is not a military thing, it's a civic thing, but that was Vanguard as well. But your understanding is that this factory was built to produce military arms for war, essentially. Go ahead, Bones.
Siege weaponry and flight lore. Do I know anything that he might?
You can try. Give me a history check and apply your lore.
Same thing, 25.
Okay, 25 exact. You know the same information, but nothing that he didn't know. At the moment, 6 of you are kind of off to the side of the saloon, as Cadence is still out kind of in the middle of the street. Boss, you were kind of watching to see what Kageori did. He walked into the train station. At the moment, you don't see any trains there, but he's walking into the train station at the moment.
Can I ask, using my special smell ability,
You do smell. You're a smell good guy.
can I now say that I know what Kageori smells like?
Yeah, I'd say you kind of have picked up his scent a little bit. It smells like, you do smell a little bit of peppermint because he's chewing on a peppermint stick. And then just a smell of, it's like ash and soot. It's a smell of burnt wood. Not pleasant necessarily. It's not the smell of a campfire. It's the smell of cleaning out a fireplace that's been too long since it was cleaned out.
Understood. The peppermint's a nice touch.
This peppermint is a nice touch to sort of mask that otherwise kind of odious smell.
So he needs a bath?
Who can say? As you guys, take a couple minutes here to regroup, I presume.
I probably don't go back, actually. I'd probably just stand there and
Stay in the
watch him
street.
walk away,
Makes
because
sense.
I'm not used to things going that badly.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've had an interaction that went that one-sidedly poor for you. Go ahead, Marble.
Yeah, I kind of just want to give a nice little insight into Marble real quick. Marble has held Cadence on a very high pedestal for ever since he's known her, and I think he's starting to see her, I guess, more for what she really is. Even the other day, she was taking them on's a bad idea. He sees her as being this invincible force, and then watching her do this, even if it's just a little bit of help, I think he's just kind of seeing her as more of a real person rather than this idea.
Yeah, some sort of small cracks appearing in the facade of what Cadence puts up at all times.
And not in a negative way. He perhaps has held her a little bit too high regards.
Right, that makes sense.
How the phase is over.
Anyone who is proficient in perception, give me a perception check.
I would love to.
Proficient in it?
Yeah.
I do.
And boss, your advantage definitely applies here.
27. Oh, advantage?
Yeah, because you've lit.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
23.
27.
27, 22. Nice, those are all great rolls. Cadence, you eventually will see it, but not as soon as the 20 plus rolls do.
Yeah.
Boss, as you are looking across the street and down the way towards the train station to see where Kageori goes, I think you get your lens out and kind of scan a little bit so you can see a little bit better. And you eventually go off to the horizon a little bit, and you do see just a faint plume of sort of black-green smoke rising on the horizon, the direction the train tracks go. You get the sense that specifically the tracks that do go off to the west towards where you guys presume the factory to be, there does seem to be a train approaching from that direction
Specs,
currently.
no. Get Specs off the tracks.
Specs, no, watch out.
Yeah, I'll poof Specs back.
Yeah. To be clear, you go check on his vision, or you
Yeah, I'll check out his location first, and then I'll probably poof back.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you find him. It's been like an hour, I believe, since you sent him out. You find that he is still on the tracks. He has he's moved off to the side of the tracks because he likewise sees a train approaching that's, much closer to him than it is to you. But you can poof him back to your location now if you wish to. With that, what do you guys wish to do? You see the train approaching from the direction where the factory is. The sun has begun to set. Kageori is inside the train station.
I think I'm gonna go spend all my money on candy.
Yeah, there is a candy store you can go check out if you wish to. And if you guys want, for Marble's sake, we can just spend the whole session there.
I'm gonna start drawing a circle in the sand.
Okay. Begin drawing a circle on the sand.
Marble, what is it that you want to do? I understand the wisdom of capitulation. I think that is the right call, but do you want to do that after he has offered you your family back, or do you want to get your family back and then give him the plans and hope that is enough that he doesn't come for you anymore?
That factory makes weapons.
It does, yes.
I don't want my engine to fuel war.
I will be right behind you.
But how can I keep my family safe?
You keep them close. Keep an eye on them. I'm not a strategist at that level. I'm not a general. I'm not a private security expert. I'm none of those things. But I do know that you have something that he wants. And people in this position think that they can take what they want whenever they want and face no repercussions. And if you give him what he wants, you're not in any sort of position to deny the next thing that he wants. If you come up with a better invention, he'll come up and take your family again. I don't know what the right answer is here. I don't know how you keep your family safe, but I am beginning to think that your family being safe is an option that has already been stolen from you. And the question now is whether you strike back or not. Your things will be used for war. You are part of war whether you want to be or not. And that sucks. And I'm sorry for you. But you can fight or you cannot.
I want to. But I need to get my brothers out first.
Then let's go
somehow.
If you want to get your brothers out by fighting rather than by waiting and taking his offer, we need to move very quickly. We are running out of time to get them before they approach Mick. And once Mick is involved, it's going to be much harder. We can take on 5 bandits at a factory. I don't know if we can take on Mick. I don't know about our new friend here.
Wait.
We don't even know that they have your brothers at the factory.
We don't.
Where?
But you're making bold assumptions about this situation and making life-altering plans based on nothing.
What's your suggestion?
I think that I am going to send Specs to check out the factory, and then we are going to go for the only concrete lead that we have, which is those bandits.
Oh, okay. So then, what? We talk to the sheriff?
Maybe. I'm on the fence about whether or not we should get the sheriff involved. That is a question for people who know the local area better. I do like the plan of scouting first. I'm not saying we go in guns blazing. I'm just saying that if they are at the factory, we should be moving in that direction. We don't have to go shooting, but we can go scouting, and if we see signs that the bandits are there or your brothers are there, then we act. And if we're not doing that, we need to try to guess where else they might be and head that way. But this feels like the most concrete lead that we have. We've been told by multiple people that this is their city of residence, their hideout. This is also a connection point to Mick, who we know is behind this. It makes a lot of sense that the bandits would be hired here, abduct the people, come back to Mick's point of interest here, where we just saw a contact of Mick heading in that direction. I feel like this is a pretty good lead, and we should move that way quickly.
True, but the problem is that this contact, Kageori, has made contact with multiple people in our group. They are aware that Marble is traveling with us, and they made no effort to try to set up any sort of deal or negotiation time.
Yeah, it does bear. I mean, as Ghost has just said, like the reason Cadence ran out to the street to go talk to Kageori is because you're like, well, we're wanting to pay the ransom that we're assuming we're going to get anyway. Just go talk to him. And Cadence said, like, hey, I can give you Marble's power core, which is what you assume that they want. And he said, you don't have anything that I'm interested in. Goodbye. Now, granted, you're talking to Kageori. You don't know what his level of personal involvement is. There's just a lot you don't know, is the short answer. A great many assumptions are being made on very little concrete
He also just
information.
seemed to be the guy who's like, if I'm not getting paid specifically to do this, I'm not fucking doing it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I agree. It's weird that they've not sent you a ransom note, but they might not do that until they have them somewhere more secure. They're still in transit. As far as Mick knows, they haven't been captured yet. He's distanced from that. I agree, we don't have enough information. I would like to scout. I'm not saying we go in guns blazing. I say we move that way and scout, because we have no other leads.
It's probably neither here nor there, but it's around this time that you guys see a couple of the people from inside the saloon walk out. They're the two that Cadence overheard earlier, and Boss as well, talking about their jobs at the factory, presumably the Vanguard factory. You see they walk out of the saloon and are also walking over towards the train station.
Do they actually walk past me?
Yeah, and if you're still standing in the middle of the street, they walk right past you. Yes, go ahead, Cadence.
Do they have any visible, like a warehouse badge, or I work at the warehouse, this is my identification, or...
Give me an investigation check.
Natural 20.
Hell yes, Jesus, okay. They aren't wearing, like, a badge per se, like literally something exposed on their outer layer that says, Vanguard employee or whatever. But you do spot there's a man and a woman. The man in his back pocket of his overalls, there's a little piece of paper sticking out of the back, like with his wallet, essentially, that has, you see the start of the word Vanguard on it. It's VAN, and the rest of it sinks into his pocket. And then on her, you don't see that specifically, but I mean, it was a nat 20. You do see that her front right pocket has a little similar, like, colored piece of paper sticking out that you can't make any text on, but it's, similar size and color.
Are they like liquored up? What's their situation?
Great question. They've been sitting in a saloon since this afternoon. I don't think they're shit canned, but they came here to unwind from work because they have the night off. You heard them talking about it. So they're a little tipsy, yes.
Can I just start looking around like a tourist taken in the town and try to bump into the front of her and try to swipe her?
100%. Give me a sleight of hand check. I'll give you advantage because she's a little tipsy. 22. Brilliant. Yes. They have to kind of part ways around you for you to get to the train station as you're kind of just standing in the middle of the street, and you just, easy breezy, effortless kind of bump into the front of her and get two fingers on the corner of that piece of paper and deftly pull it from her pocket. And she is none the wiser, continues along with her friend towards the train station. I presume you take it out and unfold it and look at it.
I'll wait for them to get away first, but yes. And then how hard do I think it would be to make myself look similar to her?
Don't you have disguise kit proficiency,
Yes, I
right?
do.
Yeah, I'll say that it would involve a disguise kit check, but it's possible.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
That's it.
As they sort of make their way off, you open this paper up, and it essentially is just a letter of, it's not quite a letter, it's a note of permission to use this tram. It says that this person is a Vanguard employee and they have permission to use the tram that takes you to and from the Vanguard factory.
Gotcha.
It's signed by a name that you don't recognize, which is Haji Al-Zamani.
Okay.
If that matters to you.
I don't recognize it.
You don't recognize that name, no. But it is signed by somebody and just verifies that this is a Vanguard employee who has permission to use the train.
Gotcha.
Yep.
I'll head back to the group then.
Okay. You walk around beside the saloon and regroup with your friends.
I gotta take it for one of us.
Can you make more?
That'd be a forgery kit check if you have that.
I do.
Yeah.
Does it seem like particularly difficult forgery job?
Not above or below average. You have to like reproduce. This paper is like typewritten, so you'd have to find somewhere to like typewrite. You need a typewriter, and you need to forge Haji Elzamani's signature. But not an impossible task
Is
by
a
any means.
typewriter a kit? A toolkit?
It is its own thing. It's not a toolkit or anything. It's just a piece of equipment that you'd have to buy or get or whatever. So yeah, Cadence, you have this thing. You could try to reproduce it. You would need a typewriter and a good forgery check.
Yep. Well, yeah. What's everybody thinking? That went about as bad as it possibly could have. It doesn't seem like he's worried about getting Marble or getting the engine or anything at all. He seems pretty unfazed.
I don't know this guy. I don't know what his role in all of this is. If he's a fixer, he probably doesn't care about the negotiation. He just wants to do security. That is his job.
Gets his job done.
Yeah. I'm not sure why we are. Are we? The only reason that we should not be walking down those rail tracks right now is if we intend to catch a train on the rail tracks instead.
What about horses?
Sure, we could get horses. That would be faster.
We could also get the skirts around the tracks if we use that to come up from the different side.
Yeah.
How much are horses?
They're free if we don't mind splitting up a little bit.
That's true.
You have
Ghost
your
could
horses.
summon his revenants.
I could also take the train over there ahead of you guys and scout it out as much as possible. It seems like I've got a pretty good foot in the door.
Purchasing a horse outright, just like a draft horse or a draft horse for pulling a carriage or whatever, would be 100 marks to purchase. If you're just wanting to like rent one for the night, most people are going to take caution that they don't get their horse stolen, are going to take 100 marks from you.
Yeah.
And when you return the horse, they'll give you back 95 of your marks.
Got it.
Any of that in 95?
I would say so. Yeah, 5 marks for a night to rent a horse.
24-hour
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
5 marks a
Yeah,
day.
seems about right.
Real quick, Ghost, remind me why we would need to split up. You can make several lands, right?
Right. The problem is that it takes me about 10 minutes to conjure one without expending mana.
Yeah.
I don't have enough mana to hard cast them for us, and they only last for about an hour. So I can ritually cast them. If we broke up into 2 groups of 3, then we can travel about 32 to 40 miles in a day.
Perhaps I've gotten the wrong impression. This factory cannot be that far.
You don't know how
Well,
far
they
it
have
is.
a train to it. That's what I thought as well, but
Yeah.
and I'm going to finish drawing my circle. A revenant is going to pop up, and I'm going to put specs on him.
Excellent.
I'm going to send specs and Zant as far as they can go
Okay.
to see how far they can get and
Got it.
see if they can spot the factory.
Yes.
Alternatively, I could have them jump on the train since it's on the way.
Oh, both are good ideas. But I'm just these people live here and work here. They are surely not traveling hours a day to get to work every day.
Likely not.
Real quick, just to give some information here, because 25 from Bones and 25 from Marble were rolled on this factory and where it sits in Blackwood territory. The Blackwood territory is calling it a state is a bit more than accurate, but it's not just this town of Blackwood. There's a large amount of territory that's controlled by this town as sort of its capital per se.
Right.
In other words, you don't know where this factory is for sure, but it could be as much as hours away. I'm not saying it is,
Sure.
but if you're imagining where you are to the edges of Blackwood territory, it could be an hour or more away on train. And also, real quick, before we go further, I know you guys have hand raises and things to talk about, but it's about this time in the conversations that you see the worker from the factory, the woman, is like kind of speed walking back towards the saloon, headed inside, looking kind of worried, kind of patting her pockets. Makes no note of you guys other than noticing the big weird ant that just popped up outside the side of the saloon, but looking in the windows you can see her like shit looking around for her pass. Ghosts will come to you next. I see several hand raises, but Ghost, you've summoned this revenant. You have Specs here like climbs up the leg of one of this giant ant's legs and gets on the back.
I kind of like cradle his head a little bit in my hands and just say, "Sorry, buddy. I'm really struggling to think in the scale of like multiple Hallow Hives, multiple thousands of Hallow Hives in terms of distance. Revenant is going to take you as far as he can. Try to get on the train, and I'm going to give him a huge list of very complicated instructions that we don't need to go over in session. I will text them into the chat because they probably won't matter.
Delightful. Just like
And essentially, I'm going to, once an hour, I'm going to pop into his vision and see where he's at.
Okay, delightful. Great. Got that going on in the background. Specs Specs climbs up one of the giant legs of Revenant, gets onto the back, looks around, and then you see Specs looks at like one of the townsfolk here that's wearing a cowboy hat, and then kind of looks up at his own head and looks really sad.
We'll get you one, buddy. And I'll cast invisibility on both of them.
Excellent. Specs and Revenant both turn invisible, disappearing from view. And they're going to head towards the factory, following your instructions. Meanwhile... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ghost. Did you have more?
No, I'm going to start texting my list of instructions to him.
Excellent. You send the flowchart to me.
They are not going stealthily, so they're going at max speed, so he can get 13 miles in an hour.
Makes sense. Excellent.
So yeah.
All right, well, that is happening. Let me jump to Bones.
Okay, Bones is looking for an opportunity where it wouldn't be weird to go up to this woman and be like, "Is everything okay?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, anytime she's looking worried inside the saloon, you can walk in if you wish to.
Mine is somewhat related before you.
Okay.
Mine's also somewhat related.
Okay, yeah, tell me what you guys got at the same time.
Sorry, just kind of RP wise, I'll be like, are we just trying to figure out where the factory is? Because I can very easily find out right now.
That, and also, if this woman saw anything weird while she was there last time, or if, I'm just trying to.
I'll hand you her pass and say, go talk to her.
We can. Hold on. Let me look something up. I'm just trying to see if there's any
effect
magical
happens.
tinkering thing I can do to like copy it. Static visual effect appears on an object surface. Can I just use that to just copy it?
Totally, it's a static visual effect. Yeah, you
Nice.
can.
Nice.
There we go. Totally.
Yeah. It can be a picture up to 25 words of text, lines, shapes, or mixture of these elements as you like.
25 words. Yeah, I think it's less than 25 words.
All right, cool. Then I'm
Yeah.
just gonna pull out a piece of paper and I'm just gonna copy it over.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'll hand you the
Outstanding.
pass.
Yeah. Imagining this in like artificer terms, I'm assuming you take the paper and put it against it and like take some device and there's like light that comes off it. Like, it's like truly a Xerox machine.
Hell
The old credit card machines.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Can I just go ahead and just make? Can I go ahead and just make two more that exactly like that?
It depends on how many
I
times
can
you
make
use.
three.
Yeah, then yes, you can make 3 of them, no problem.
So do we just have 3
Make them,
passes?
make them with our names instead. Yeah.
Does it have?
Yes, you can. It does have her name, so you can put a different name on it instead. Okay. So now, Bones, you have in hand her pass that she's in there looking
I
for.
keep tucked for now. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna walk
makes
up with
sense.
it or anything. But is everything all right in this?
So, I will say one thing: even in the time that it takes you to just step inside and go catch up, and the time that those conversations and that copying has taken, you step back inside the saloon here. Again, the piano playing, and people are getting a little more boisterous now that it's getting later. You see that she has moved from her table. By the time you walk in to kind of go talk to her, she's made her way over to the table with the Shagwa guy, the like one-eyed Cyclops man with the like pale blue skin and the green hair, who's been sitting there reading a book. And you hear her say to him, Mr. Elzamani, I'm so sorry. I can't find my pass, and I was just trying to hop the train. Do you think you could write me a new one? And he, Mr. Elzamani, says, I don't have like one on me. I mean, just... shit, okay. He gets out a piece of paper and starts handwriting a note. Does that change what you do, Bones?
If I can do it without looking awkward, I go over and order a drink and listen for a
Yeah,
second.
easy peasy, easy peasy. You just step over to the bar and kind of, Chipmunk woman is there still just chewing on so much tobacco and spitting into the spittoon at the end of the bar.
Amazing.
It's like her cheek is just full of tobacco.
100%.
Full of tobacco.
So much tobacco.
Oh, God.
Foul.
Real gross. And you see that this man at the table, presumably Hajid El-Zamani, unless there's a different El-Zamani in this town, gets out a piece of paper and starts handwriting a quick little scribbled note. Go ahead, Cadence.
I'm gonna hand Bones the note, and then I'm gonna beeline for the train station, see if I can catch up with the guy who was also heading over there with the pass.
Yeah.
I basically, if I can find out if I can get there in time, see if he's like handing it to someone specific. If there's a certain way you have to like get on this train, and just like try to figure that out while Bones is here doing this.
Makes sense. Inside Bones, as Cadence is over the train station, you see that he finishes writing this note and slides it over to her. He says, okay, if they don't take that, just let me know, although you're about to miss it, so maybe you go on. I was going to catch the next one, so if you don't get on this one, just come back here, we'll figure it out. She says, thank you, Mr. Alzamani. And she kind of runs off. And she gets about halfway to the door, and he says, and Maddie, you got to be more careful with those. She says, I'm sorry, sir, it won't happen again. And then she kind of runs off. Bones, what do you do?
I wait for her to get out the door, and then I kind of set the drink down and I run after her.
Okay.
And once she's out the door, I just kind of wave and I'm like, oh, miss, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, and I walk with her. I know she's in a rush. Sorry, did you drop this? And I show her the ticket.
Oh, she puts her hand to her forehead. Says, thank God. Yeah, I did. Thank you so much.
Gotcha. You looked worried in there. I'm sorry. It was sitting right next to the door by the rug. I think you must have got it when you. I don't know.
Give me a deception check.
19.
Perfect. No reason to doubt you at all. Anyway, she takes it and says, "Thanks. I had one too many. I thought my boss was going to bite my fucking head off."
You drink before work?
No. I'm off. We're just headed back home.
Oh, I gotcha. You work at the factory?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Is she being honest right
Give me an insight
She
check.
sounds... Okay. 22?
You believe her. She seems totally honest. She seems a little drunk.
Got it.
A little more drunk than she meant to be.
Got it.
And a little embarrassed.
Do you mind if I work with you? I'm an engineer. I've been looking for new work. Is this a good place to work? Do you like it here?
Yeah. No. It's got its ups and downs like any job, but it's honestly the pay is excellent.
That's very impressive for you.
I don't know if you've I don't know what your line of work is. I'm just a tapper, but it beats tapping on a train. They don't take quite as much out of us, and the facilities are nice. I don't know how much you know.
I worked with Engard for a little while in Daybreak. I was a pilot, but I also do engineering. I work on transmissions equipment.
Oh, so you'd be a shoe-in then.
I sure hope so. It's been surprisingly difficult to find work.
Yeah. The factory, as you can see, she kind of points around. It isn't here in town. It's about a 20-minute train ride out west. But it's there's like a whole. They got like a whole campus.
You live out there, yeah.
Yeah, they got like a whole campus out there for employees and stuff.
They have like stores. I mean, do people?
No,
live
that's
on site?
that's what the tram's for. Brings
That
us here
makes
for
sense.
shopping and drinking. She nods her head back at the saloon. It's just housing, but it's you get housed right by the factory, and
that
it's
sounds-
free transport to and from town. It's
Convenient. Have your employer kind of manage your time.
she says it's but yeah, I mean the pay's good. It beats the hell out of any other tapping job I've found so far, and
sense.
it's it's sensitive. They got all kinds.
Right, it's military, right?
Right. And
Gotcha.
truly, I don't know all that much about what the engineers and the real artificers and stuff work on. I just tap the ether, but we got all kinds of contracts about sharing what happens at work and stuff.
No, that's fair. You're not. It's just building. You're just building machines, right? It's not like they're bringing dangerous people in all the time.
She looks a little far away for a second and goes, "No, it just engineering and stuff, artificery. No like weird people coming and going." She's lying to you.
Yeah. That's all I need to hear.
She's drunk, slurring, and lying to you.
amazing.
With a 19 insight check, the energy you're getting is like. She started to say it genuinely, like, no, it's just an engineering place.
you remember
And then she
that
was like,
something happened,
there
yeah.
was a weird thing the other day.
Yeah. I gotcha.
But she realizes that she shouldn't talk about that. And
Awesome, amazing, love it. I got everything I wanted out of this conversation.
in the meantime, I'll come back to you in just a second, Bones, but Cadence, you make the train station first. You left there first. You see Kageori is standing in there. He's up kind of by the front desk. You see that he has just finished talking on the phone. He's standing next to where there's a phone behind the desk, and he kind of hands it back to the attendant or whatever.
Okay.
And then you don't see the guy anywhere immediately, but just passive perception, you look out to the train. And he is like standing one foot on the train, one foot on the platform, like looking to see if Maddie is coming.
Okay.
Kind of trying the best he can to hold the train for her, though that probably won't last long.
I assume it's pretty straightforward, but there's no obvious you need to there's no secret way of getting on this train. It comes and you get on it and it goes back.
Yeah, so it's a pretty small thing. It's like an engine on either side and truly one car with seats for people to sit in. There's no first class cabins. It's a shuttle to take people to and from work. So it's very bare bones. There's one door to get into it. That's not to say that there's no way for you to sneak in. You could try to sneak in somehow, or sneak on, or ride on the side, or whatever. There's options, but you don't see a easy, obvious way to sneak in there.
When Kageori hands the phone back over, he's handing it to just
Just train station manager
Does the manager say anything?
No, he doesn't say anything. Give me an insight check.
19.
19. Looks a little, I don't know, uncomfortable, freaked out, something. Maybe it's just the Kageori is a spooky looking dude.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like, on a 19 is a pretty good roll. Energy being that he's doing something that he does not normally do. You would know it's a little weird for the train station manager to be like handing a phone over to some guy, but Kageori turns around and sees you in there and just kind of tips his hat towards you a little bit. And that's it.
Tip mine back, I guess.
Not long after, Bones, unless you had anything else with Maddie, I'll come back to you.
So I am walking with her the whole time. I'm coming up with an excuse to keep walking with her until she gets to the train station, just talking about the job, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
I get to the train station. Did they successfully hold the train for her?
Yeah, the train stops still.
Do I see Cadence?
Yeah, you see Cadence.
I wave her off. Thank you for everything. Have a nice trip. If I can get Cadence where I'm not in line of sight of Kageori, we got to be. The factory's 20 minutes that way. There's definitely weird stuff going on. They've taken prisoners there. She saw some weird stuff she didn't want to talk about. I think we should be on or under, or we want to be that way quickly.
I'm going to say, before the conversation even continues, Maddie goes out and says, "Thank you so much for waiting." Gets on. They both get on, and the train is going to move within 30 seconds.
That's totally fine.
Whatever decisions you make, you need to make very quickly.
Yeah, like split second. I'm ready to go jump on the side of that train.
I'll go with you.
Okay. Do we see a stealthy way to approach? Is what it all boils down to.
You can attempt a stealth check. This
Is
is going to be
Kageori
pretty.
watching me?
Yeah.
I'm going to try and buy Bones a stealthy approach, and I'm going to try to boldface just walk onto the train.
Okay, great. Incredible. You just walk up to the door of the train behind Maddie. She kind of moves out of your way, and you see that there is like a conductor standing there. Conductor's not even the right word. Essentially, just a guy checking for these passes.
Right.
And you step up to him, and he holds out a hand for your pass.
You intentionally trying to slow Mick down?
I just need to see your pass.
Fuck off, and I try to push past him.
It puts a hand on you to stop, which is make an athletics check.
With my gauntlets, it's a 9.
Okay. He puts a hand on your chest and stops you from getting on the train, pushes you backward. He's not violent, but he puts a hand on like the center of your like shoulder and chest and pushes you back down. He says, "Ma'am, you need a pass to get onto the train." While this is happening, Bones, what do you do?
Bones wishes he slid a handed note that was given by the guy to give to Cadence, but I forgot to do it, so it's too late now. Bones is just looking for. He like walks out the front door, walks around the side of the building, sees if there's some brush or something that he can just get between cars on.
Give me a stealth check to try to just sneak onto the outside of this train.
Awesome. 19.
19 is quite good. The only person that I'm going to make a check, I'll just make one general perception check for like the crew and such. Okay, that is a natural 20 over here.
Fuck.
I apologize. They don't have great perceptions, but that's a nat 20. You make your way out, and the problem you're having on a 19, you look at the train, and it's, again, as kind of described, a single car and an engine on either end. There's crew sitting in one of them. There's just very little.
It's not big enough.
There's very little
like,
place. The thing that you try to do is you see that the crew has moved to the train, the engine that goes, westward. So the other engine on the back you would assume to be empty, and you kind of sneak your way up unnoticed until you get to that engine, and you see that inside the door there is still a ether tapper in there, just kind of feet kicked up taking their break for this particular rotation. But they look out the window in the back of the engine and see you trying to climb on, and they get up and say, "Hey, who are you?"
Is this the way?
This guy rolls his eyes and goes, "Okay, did you come from the candy shop? All right, get off the train, you're gonna get hurt.
I just want to fly.
Get the fuck off the train, you're gonna get hurt." I'm not even gonna call for a check because you are actually tripping balls.
Probably true, actually, yeah.
Imagine. Okay, hold on. Imagine being caught. Like, when you're tripping, you have this brilliant plan, and you actually go for it, and then you get caught. You're just like,
Cadence, meanwhile, you have been like
I do
stopped.
go up to the window and I hand him a piece of candy.
He takes it and says, "Get the fuck out of here," as he takes it from you.
Amazing.
Sticks it in the pocket.
Okay, awesome. I go back and wait.
Is this conductor wearing like a badge or anything with his name on it?
No, he doesn't have like his name outwardly on a badge or anything like that.
Okay.
He doesn't look to be the conductor of the train. He looks to be literally his job is like ticket taker. Which is what a conductor would do on a normal train, but he just serves that function.
Do I see that Bones has failed to get on the train? Does
Yeah,
Bones
I think
need more
so.
time?
He's weeping.
Yeah. Yeah, you see that he attempted to sneak on and failed.
Well,
And actually, the guy confronting with you is like, the fuck? And looking up to the back of the train now, where someone else has tried to get on.
well, shit the bed.
He says, okay, I need you to step back so we can get going.
I'll back away. I'll
Okay.
say, I'm sorry, I was a little confused. I thought they would have kept you informed. I didn't realize you were a peon. My bad.
He steps back onto the stairs and puts his hand on the door handle and says, why don't you head back to the saloon? And he slams the door closed.
I'll make sure your higher ups hear about this. No toast, motherfucker.
With that, as you guys both step back onto the platform a little bit, the train begins to chug sort of to life, and
Well,
head off
Marvel,
to
your
the
brothers
west.
are dead.
Well, how'd it go, Team Competent?
Fucked up. I thought I was doing really good, and then I didn't.
It was great until you started crying. You almost had.
Do we want to go look for the cactuses?
Yeah, they're okay. Hang on. The factory's that way, 20 minutes by train. So, like, I don't know, like an hour by ant.
So,
I will say, just for those of you who have vehicle or Marvel specifically, if it's a 20-minute train ride, you look at this train, it probably can't go as fast as a full train. It looks like as it goes off, it's going to get up to about 40 miles an hour. It's about 15 miles away. You can do that head math really quick. About 15 miles.
15 miles,
So-
yeah.
then yeah, we may want to do 2 batches, so, be about a 2-hour journey, and then walk the rest of the way.
Okay, yeah. I think they're there. The nice lady, she lied. She said that that they don't like bring dangerous people there or prisoners, or it was a lie. Something weird happened at the factory recently, and she didn't tell me about it.
Are you stoned?
Kind of, but it feels really nice. I feel like I got a lot done.
You look like you were crying.
I was crying. They didn't let me hide. I wanted to go on top of the train.
And they caught you trying to
They
get on
got
this
me
train,
trying to get on the train.
and that made you cry.
Is that weird?
That's not weird. I feel bad for you at this time.
I'll be okay. The fresh air on the walk, I will sober up. I'm certain of it.
Do you need a hug? Okay.
Tearful nod from both.
The boss just gives Bones a hug.
There you go.
Thank you. I feel much better. Anyway, we should go save your brothers because they're at the factory.
And I give you a pebble.
Do you want a piece of candy? They're very good.
You do see that both Morisco and Bones are each holding 6 boxes that each have a dozen chocolates in them.
I will take
12
this,
total
I will
boxes.
take this for later, yes.
Good.
Apprehensively, like,
Cookies of chocolate.
sniffs
Anyway,
it.
Yeah,
I
you
know
would,
that I'm in an altered state of consciousness, but I am lucid. The woman, she works at the factory. She saw weird things at the factory. There's
Yes.
okay.
Okay. When you were there, did you see a train schedule?
Double checking. I didn't see a schedule, or if I did, it's not like there's not another train in 15 minutes.
you could have looked at the schedule while you were in there. There's no reason you couldn't have.
Yeah.
And you would be able to find out that the shuttle to and from the factory runs back and forth 2 to 3 times. I will say 3 times each morning and each evening. So from 5:30 to 7, it goes back and forth 3 times. So this is its first time. It's going to come back and forth 2 more times over the next
How
2
long?
hours. Over the next 2 hours. It's a 20-minute ride. So it goes there, takes 20 or takes
Got it.
10, comes back, and then does that 3 times.
Then we could forge potentially, and that might be
Watch
faster.
this. I'll hand 4 of them over. And I'm like, walk.
Oh,
Pretend to give it to someone,
okay.
and then I'll just like action make another one. And it'll like,
Yep.
and then I'll have another one.
dissolves in your
Or
hand.
it doesn't dissolve. It
Is it
just,
the
it just
paper?
becomes
Yeah.
it just becomes a regular piece of
So
paper.
the ink kind of fades off of it.
Okay.
At the moment, you guys have 45 minutes before another one of those trains is going to get here. You've already produced as many of those letters as you can for the moment.
Oh, do we want fake names?
Might as well, I guess. Yeah.
Though I guess some of us will stick out, kind of like motion towards Thule.
Yeah. I'll just take an ant.
I will also take ants.
It's going to take us the same amount of time, and besides,
I guess I probably should too.
Yeah, it does bear mentioning that. Yeah, like by the time another train gets back here, you could have just already ridden there on ants anyway. If you have enough way, if you have a way to get
Only
enough
half
ants
of
for
us,
all of
though,
you.
right?
Yeah, so you'd have to go in shifts or
So I
whatever.
guess it'd be I'll make 4 for people who are going, the 3 of us, unless someone else wants to go.
Sure.
Or 4 of us.
So 4 of you are going to.
Three,
So 3 of you are going to get onto the train, and 4 of you are going to ride ants,
or vice versa.
or vice versa. Okay. Let's go ahead and divide those up. For the moment, also, just as a reminder, the sun has like fully set. It is dark now. You guys were going potentially, or at least been invited to meet with the sheriff to talk to him about the Espinados. That's totally on a totally separate thread currently, but just a reminder that that was going on as well.
He really
Ghost feels like it's the only thread that they have, so he's gonna go for sure.
Okay.
That's how I feel. I know like, everyone else is pushing to like get to this factory, but I think we should definitely talk to the sheriff, and not in like great numbers. I'm saying like boss doesn't want to, like personally like approach the sheriff. He's trying to keep his head out of this.
We'll train people to go to the sheriff.
If we have time, perhaps you could go talk to the sheriff, and then we'll catch the 3rd train over.
Honestly, we have 2 more trains to catch.
Yeah. Let's see how quickly we can do it. Whatever we do, we should go quick.
Okay.
If we're looking for a team to go to the factory instead of talk to the sheriff, Bones will go to the factory on an ant.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, it does sound like it's honestly best for you 2 to go, since you guys have already been.
We've already
clocked.
kind of been spotting everything anyway.
And so has Marissa.
And it's kind of our scouting. Yeah, exactly. So, so the 3 of us can go scout. You guys talk to the sheriff.
Okay. So yeah. So
If
Caden-
that works with Ghost.
so here's what I'll say. Boss doesn't want to go with the sheriff. You're taking Morris.
Yeah.
Cadence and Bones are going to have a really hard time getting onto a shuttle 30 minutes
Yeah.
from now when you just tried to sneak onto
Yeah,
it. So I
yeah.
presume you're going to maybe go take the Bones or the ants as
Do we
well.
want to split up the high people?
Fair. So then Marble, Morisco, and Patches are going to go to the sheriff for the moment.
I'm not
Ghost.
actually going to go to the sheriff, but
You're just
I'm
gonna
going to hang back.
hang behind,
I'm actually,
but that
I have
doesn't
something
even
else I might want to do, but
Okay. All right. So Ghost, Morisco, Patches are going towards the sheriff's office.
Buddy system.
Makes sense.
Patches with marble.
Oh yeah, leave Patches with Marble just in case. Yeah, I get that. He's up for
that
whatever.
seems wise.
So real quick before you guys all split up, Ghost, I think you have to like make the ants and shit. So let's hash those
Yeah.
details out.
Yeah. So yeah, like I'll start conjuring them. I'll be like, you guys will have you'll have about 40 minutes, all 3 of you.
Okay.
And so yeah, I'll spend 30 minutes ritual casting 3 ants for them.
Okay. Lovely.
Do we want to regroup just on the side of the track somewhere, or do we want to regroup somewhere near but not within seeing distance of the factory? In other words, should we go as far as the ants take us and then start walking and we'll meet you near the factory?
Bones and marble. You have a device to speak to each other.
Yes. Yeah.
I can see you up to 2 miles. I
Yeah.
can constantly watch, but we'll post on the south side.
Let me add a layer to this. You know, we're getting a lot of layers layered onto this lasagna right now. Specs is gone already and has been for almost the duration of this spell anyway. He's because he has the same thing. He can only get as far as 13 miles. Is that right?
It's 13 miles, yeah.
Okay. So by this point, you know Specs is within presumably 2 miles of the factory and back on foot, hoofing it another 2 miles towards the factory. So for whatever that's worth, that's also going on right now. So do you guys want to like start summoning these ants and trickling out one by one as they're done? Do you want to wait till Specs gets there in scouts? What do you want to do?
My vote is Specs is already on the way. We take our group of 3 or whatever. We send that group ahead. The other group stays behind, talks to the sheriff, and then they meet up behind us at or near the factory.
So where do we meet?
Well, we won't know until you get there.
We won't know. Yeah, I don't know the layout of this place, but we can beep each other to work out details when you get close.
Okay.
You guys all hear a loud scream come down from the end of the street in the direction of the sheriff.
Is it what type of scream?
I'm not going to do it, but a scared scream. This is a small town. You can see down to the end of the street. You see that out in front of the sheriff's office, there are a couple, like, just looks like, townsfolk, little farmers or whatever, talking to a man that you can't make out the details of great. He looks like a possum guy, but he has the sheriff's emblem on his hat. And one of the 2 townsfolk that he is talking to, like, screams really loud and points at the sheriff's office, where you can see on the side of the sheriff's office, there are gallows where a criminal would be hung. And you can see a human skull, like, shaking and lifting up off the ground, and, like, black wispy flames rising up off of the skull.
Oh, shit.
If you had
All
sex,
right, I'll go look.
Just to add one more ripple to
All right, so
this lasagna.
so we're going to get on the ants, and we tell you what we.
We finally got a plan. Everything is totally worked out. Let's execute and break.
Are you guys going to run over there or not?
did we see a wanted coat poster for this skull?
You don't see a wanted poster for this specific skull.
I feel to see how this is operating.
Okay, you can truly walk away if you want to, but you all hear that.
Well, if you're going to go make friends with the sheriff, let's go make friends with the sheriff.
Yes, I didn't just summon these ants for nothing. Get out of here. If you're gonna go get lost in the desert, go get lost in the desert.
I'll say that this happens as you've like summoned the first ant. The other two are not here yet.
I will start getting on my ant, but I'm watching the scenario to see if it becomes violent and
It's
throwing.
violent as we speak. In the time it takes you guys to talk about this, another skull has risen up from the ground, and there are bolts of like black fire
Okay,
shooting.
sick.
You see, Bill Statler has pulled a pistol,
I
and is like
start
shooting
Yeah,
at these.
I'm gonna-
shoot.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's roll
I'll
initiative.
shoot from ant back. I got time.
Would
damn
I
it.
have had
God
time
damn it,
while all this is happening to get my armor out?
Yeah, you can pop your armor on, no problem. And friends at home, we're gonna jump away to roll initiative, and we'll be right back.
I'm so fucking pissed.
And welcome back, everybody. We left off as you guys heard a loud scream from the end of the street near the sheriff's office and saw some guns being fired as a couple of skulls lifted up from near the gallows. You see, down at the end of the street, Sheriff Bill Statler. You don't see him well right now. He is, as you get a little bit closer, you will be able to see that he is a possum guy, maybe about 6'1" or so, pale white furred and wearing, sheriff's overcoat, sheriff badge on the lapel, red scarf, and brown sheriff's cap. You see that he has whipped a pistol from his side and is shooting at these flame skulls as they rise up. And we're going to jump into initiative. Boss, go ahead.
Quick question. As we're like running up, approach, whatever, as we're looking around the gallows, are there like a bunch of like skeletons? Like they don't clean up after themselves?
From your angle, you can't see the gallows themselves.
Okay.
I mentioned those because Bones, Morisco, and Ghost saw them earlier, but
Earlier,
they're around the opposite side of the building. You'd have to check.
Okay.
When you
So-
guys were here earlier, you didn't see like a pile of corpses or anything, but
All right. I just want to be like, this town needs to clean up after itself. You can avoid this problem entirely
right.
if they were just buried.
With that, we're going to jump into initiative order. You guys are 100 feet away from like this point in front of the sheriff's office right here. So about 75 feet off the right side of the map as combat begins. And Bones is on a Revenant.
Wonderful.
Morisco will Tabaxi dash to double his movement speed. 60 feet gets him to where he is only 5 feet off the side of the map. Then he will dash, or 15 off the side of the map. He'll dash. 100 gets him here. 120 gets him here. That's his movement and action. He has a bonus action left. I think Morisco will go ahead and cast Spiritual Weapon. As he runs forward, he summons his spectral chef's knife over by one of these flame skulls. And then he'll make an attack with it. Just roll from here. That will be a hit on this first flame skull. So he deals 5 points of damage to this flame skull, force damage specifically. Again, there's just a couple of, they look like human skulls, wreathed in black flame, kind of hovering in the air a few feet off the ground, about the height that a human head would be, were there a rest of a body walking around. That's Morisco's action, bonus action, and movement. That brings us to Bones' turn. Bones, you're 75 feet off the east side of the map on the back of a Revenant.
to the extent that I can, without using any of my own actions, I move the Revenant south and west to give myself a better view of the flame skulls.
Outstanding. You know, I'm actually going to move one of these forward a little bit because you did see them from the end of the street, so they have to be a little bit closer.
thank
So we'll
you.
put one right there.
Okay, I will not put myself closer than like 70 feet, so I'll stay back at least 70 feet. I don't know how fast these ants move, but I get a little
You're-
closer, but not too close.
Your ants, I think, can go 120 per turn.
Awesome.
So
I'll get myself like a good 75 feet to the southwest of these
Okay, great. So you're about 15 feet off the east side of the map.
Perfect. And on the south side of the street.
Yeah, southeast.
Perfect. Amazing. I will use my bonus action to Hunter's Mark the closest skeleton, and then I will Patient Marksman.
They're about equidistant. Do you want the one that's heard already or the one that isn't?
The one that is not already heard.
Okay, cool. You got a hunter's mark on?
Yep.
Go. And then anything else on your turn?
No.
Oh, yeah, you're holding your action because of patient marksman. Got it. Okay. That brings us next to Bassa Magique.
How many feet away?
You are 75 feet off the east side of the map.
Does everybody want to get closer? I ask.
Yes.
And I use airlift and pull all of us 60 feet closer?
Outstanding. So with your airlift spell, you are all now only 15 feet off the east side of the map, and you have not spent any movement yet. You've just spent your action.
Yeah, I will...
Gust of wind that picks you up. Tumbleweeds are picked up and carried down the street with you.
60 feet closer. We all land relative to our current position with each other.
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna run up beside Morisco.
Alright, cool. So let's see here. 20, 30 gets you right there. How much movement speed do you have? You're a little faster, right?
40.
40. So 40 gets you here. You've now used your movement and action. You have a bonus action remaining to you.
I'll take my bonus action to search.
Oh, right. Yes, you
now that I
can
have
do
a better view of
that.
everything.
Good call. Give me a perception check.
Oh, I will take a 23.
Outstanding. 23 is very, very good. That was a wise choice. As you see these couple skulls rising up and Bill Statler pointing a pistol, shooting at him, Morisco summoning a cleaver, you do a quick scan of the rest of the environment. You see a couple things of note. One, these skulls, each one of them, you catch just a hazy apparition around them, like the rest of the ghost of whatever the skull rose from. And you can see that there are some creatures forming near them.
Currently forming or already have?
I will say they have formed now because of your good perception check. They both essentially have like a white, pale ghost with a screaming, wide-open maw, just kind of hanging slack-jawed. Again, looking like they're in the process of screaming, though currently making no sound. Kind of hovering superimposed over these skulls. And then in addition to that, you can see the sort of, what do you want to call it, the patio here on the southwest side. Has a bit of an overhang where there's like, a crawl space's worth of room underneath, or a little bit more than a crawl space. And at first looks like it's just casting a shadow, but that shadow is like moving and undulating. It looks like perhaps there's like a pile of something moving underneath the that patio. And as you get a slightly better look on a 23, it is not necessarily a pile as much as it is like a puddle of thick, coagulated, black ooze that looks essentially like blood, that is pulling itself kind of into shaped like a skeleton, like a bloody sort of ooze pulling its way out from underneath the patio. So you see those additional things as you are surveying the scene on your bonus action.
I'll at least call out spectrals around the skull and some ooze under the patio lookout.
Yeah, with Boss pointing out to you, you guys can all see those things now. Outstanding. That's your action, bonus action movement. That brings us to Flame Skull number 1. You see that the black flame skull to the north, the flames form in its eyes, and then there's just a beam of black that shoots kind of in front of its eyes, and then form a tiny little black flame, no larger than like a candle flame, that just slowly floats through the air, kind of in an arc trajectory, and then it lands down on the ground right between Bill and Morisco, and then as it hits the ground, it blooms very quickly into a massive burst of flame. And I'm going to need dex saves from Morisco, Bill, and these townsfolk, which is nobody sitting at the table, so I'll just roll all these. Morisco succeeds. Bill succeeds. The townsfolk. One succeeds, one fails. That probably will not matter.
I do really love how these people who were killed became a skull, a ghost, and blood. I love that.
It's all the parts.
Yeah.
Understand?
Oh, I do.
There is this blossoming black flame that scorches Morisco and Bill. Morisco takes 13 points of damage. Bill Statler takes 13 points of damage. These townsfolk are killed instantly. Even on the success, they have taken more damage than double their hit points. Actually, no, the one that succeeded is still just making death saves, but one of them is dead. Okay, that is that Flame Skull's action. It's kind of just floats a little bit out further here, 10, 20, 30. Kind of moving in a wide arc around Bill. Actually, go a little bit further even. That's that one's turn. Bill, having gotten scorched by this flame skull, pulls now at this point, whips the pistol out from his belt, and is going to take a shot. He'll shoot at the one that just did the fireball at him. Hits. Misses. Misses. Bad rolls on 2 of those attacks. Again, just kind of trailing it on the first 2 shots, and the third one he finally catches up with it, leading it correctly, and deals 8 points of damage to this flame skull. Okay, that's Bill's action. Boy. He'll back up to here, and kind of stand over this townsfolk that's still alive, at least. I think he's just going to kind of stand his ground right next to him. Okay, next up. One of these Wailing Echoes.
So the echoes separate from the skulls?
They are a separate creature completely. This one flies away from the skull that it's kind of connected to, down towards Bill, and is going to attack Bill. Hits Bill twice, and then Bill needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
There it is.
Bill
There's the scary check.
succeeds on the wisdom save, and is good there. Okay, that is it for this Banshee. Other one has this cleaver coming at it. It's going to run down here towards Morisco.
Is the cleaver coming out of it?
Sorry, Morisco's cleaver was coming at it, chopping at it. It runs down towards Morisco, or soars down towards Morisco.
Can we use Propulsive Breeze's
Yeah.
reaction to shove it past Morisco?
You sure can. He needs to make a strength save, correct?
Wait, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. That's a nat 11 for a total of 6.
That's really great.
He gets pushed an additional 15 to right
Jeez.
here. Unfortunately, it still has enough movement now. Well, actually, after you do that to it kind of looks around with this wide gaping maw at both you and Morisco. It's going to stay where you put it. You see the fringes of this constantly open gaping maw begin to sort of like shake and tear and tether, and there's just a screeching cry, a wail of sort of death coming from this thing. And I do need wisdom saving throws from Morisco and from Basamajik.
15?
15 is a success. You are good. There's no half damage, just save or suck. Let's do Morisco.
I see it happening, just plug my ears.
Right. Smart move.
You just fold them in.
Oh no, Morisco.
Morisco fails. You see Morisco. Likewise, you get your ears plugged before it happens. He's a little bit too late. And as he's reaching up to cover his ears, he's a little bit too late for the scream that comes out of this thing. And you watch blood start to trickle out of his ears. He takes 6 points of psychic damage. And that is all for that one. Okay. The next thing that happens is
This initiative really sucks.
yeah, it's a real side initiative situation. This oozy blood creature pulls itself free from underneath the patio and drags itself in the direction of Morisco. Where you see Morisco has blood dripping down the sides of his head, he kind of pulls his hand away and shakes his hand, shakes his head in pain, and little droplets of blood kind of fly down to the ground and kind of fly all over the side of his face and shoulder. this bloody ooze pulls itself onto Morisco's blood and begins to try to pull itself up his shoulder and up into his ear where he has begun bleeding. Morisco's going to make a Constitution saving throw. Ooh, Jesus. He has inspiration. I think he would use it. A blood creature's trying to enter his Dark Passenger. So he's going to try that again.
So we also use your inspiration. Try not we.
I feel confident he would have used it.
I roll a 4.
Oh
my god.
Are you kidding me?
A 2 and a 1. Jesus Christ. This thing pulls itself up onto Morisco's shoulder. The back half of it kind of whips around and wraps around his clothes and down into his waist. And it puts one of its bloody hands onto each of his ears and reaches inside of his head. You see his eyes go bloodshot. He's also tripping balls, so this is real bad for Morisco.
God.
Which reminds me, he takes an extra point of damage. Because anytime you take damage, you take an extra point.
You don't recover from this type of trip.
No. Morisco's not going to want to be high again anytime soon.
He's never going to eat any of the...
So, about half of this creature is still outside of Morisco. The other half has pulled itself kind of into him and is controlling him. That is it for this thing's turn. At the end of its turn, I'm going to make an important roll. If this is a 6, it can do this again to someone else if it happens to be removed from Morisco. I'll roll it from the table.
5.
That ability is not recharged for next turn. That brings us to the final Flame Skull and this ridiculous side initiative. This one will just look down towards Bill. Well, from each of its eyes, a beam of black fire shoots out. It's going to fire a couple of rays at Bill. Those are both going to be misses. Fire just scorches past Bill as he ducks out of the way. It will then start to back away a little bit.
That's one.
Okay, take a shot.
26.
Yeah, I think 26 will hit the Flame Skull. Thanks for asking.
19.
19
It's
points
garbage.
of damage.
It's garbage.
A big section of this skull just breaks off. It kind of only has half of its, it has this jaw and half of the top of its cranium. The whole upper right side of the skull is just gone, shattered into bone fragments on the ground. All right, it will continue to just move, establish some distance, and get a little bit of cover behind this corner here.
I think it does cut its speed in half. Let me double check that real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, half speed.
Okay, great. That's as far as it can get right there then. All right, Cadence. You are 75 feet off the east side of the map at the moment.
I'm 15
50.
feet, right?
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Yes, you got moved by boss. Sorry
You're
about
good.
that. Yes, 15 feet off.
Y'all's welcome.
So 30 feet of movement I can get. Ooh, where am I?
Sorry, I moved you.
You're good. There, right?
Yep,
From
30
50
gets you
feet
there.
off? Incredible. Let's start with the attack on the Blood Haunt.
Okay.
It's going to be a natural 20.
Hey.
I'll go ahead and make that a dirty hit.
Let's go fuck this thing up.
I'm really hoping to. 60 piercing damage.
Jesus. Okay, you run up, you draw your pistol. It's a tough shot because Morisco's kind of writhing and has his hands to his ears trying to pull this thing out of his head, essentially. But you can see sort of the hump of where this thing has pulled itself up onto his back. It's kind of hanging on his shoulders. You fire into it. The bullet hits and sends blood splattering everywhere. But then there's kind of a pulse that moves along it and then into Morisco's head. And Morisco screams out in pain.
Oh, no.
Some blood vessels burst. He starts bleeding out of his eyes. Morisco takes 30 of that damage.
Holy
God.
As the Blood Haunt takes the other 30. And Morisco falls to the ground unconscious.
Yeah.
He falls to the ground bleeding out of his eyes and ears as this thing is on the ground on top of him. Morisco's on death saves.
Well, fuck.
You did so well.
You did
I
such a
did
good job,
great.
and I'm so proud of you.
It's Zeke that sucks.
Well, there's literally nothing I can do about that at this point. I am going to, I guess, give Ghost the help action to attack the Blood Haunt.
All right, Ghost, you got help action.
Who goes after Marble, actually?
It goes Ghost, then Marble, then Patches.
I'll give Patches the help action.
Okay,
That
Yeah, that's a lot better. I don't have attack rolls.
makes sense. Ghost, that now brings it to your turn.
I'm going to try casting Vortex Warp on Morisco.
Okay.
And I'm going to pull him next to Marble.
Yeah, you can use it on him, pull away, no problem. And I think that just ends this weird grapple thing he has going on.
Bless.
You pull him free of that blood
Yeah,
haunt.
that's the main thing. Is just
Yeah. The blood haunt kind of splatters on the ground where Morisco was. And where do you want Morisco to be?
Ideally, you know what? Let's put him just like behind this house.
Got it. Just get him a little bit of cover behind the corner where he's out of everything's way. Perfect. All right, that's your action, I believe.
Yep. And I have nothing for bonus actions, so
Okay.
that'll be me.
Staying off the map there.
Real quick, does he put him where we don't see him, or do we know where Morisco is?
I think you see like a flash of blue butterflies where
Okay,
Morisco is.
got it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that he has cover from,
Yeah.
another fireball.
Right, right.
Good call.
Wise.
And you know what? I'm gonna go and I'll use my movement and run over next to Morisco.
Okay, it's perfect.
bless,
Get
bless.
yourself some cover too, probably wise.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that brings us now to Marble.
So I guess I'll move 30 feet up.
Okay, that puts you not right next to Cadence if you wish to be. Or you could be like, here.
Yeah. I'll be where I'm at. And then I hold my arm out, and then the fingers kind of turn into like a little gauntlet gun. They start spinning, and I'm going to cast some Eldritch Blast, and it's just going to start blasting.
All right, what you blasting?
I'm going to go for the Blood Haunt now that it's not attached to
Okay,
anyone.
good choice.
So 2 attacks. More than 20.
Hits.
This one might not hit. I think it's a 13. 13.
13 just hits. That's the AC.
Okay. Oh, it's only 5 points of force damage.
5
That's
points of
really
force
bad
damage.
damage.
All right. These bolts shoot out of your glove, scatter a bit of blood against the ground.
I guess I'll go ahead and we'll just turn big.
All right. Your armor enlarges all around you.
And that's all my.
Okay. That brings us to Patches. Toll of the Dead. He'll actually kind of run up a little bit in ghost direction, but not too close. And then Toll the Dead on the Blood Haunt. It's going to make a Wisdom save. That is a failure, so it does take 2d12 damage. Ooh, good damage from Patches. 18 points. And then Patches will use his bonus action to cast a healing word on Morisco. For nice 8 points of healing. Morisco coughs up a bunch of blood and sort of pulls himself up to his arms on the ground over there. Conscious once again. Alright, that is Patch's turn. Top of the round, Morisco. Well, bonus action, he'll pull his spiritual weapon over towards this blood haunt.
Yep.
Hits. And deals 7 points of damage. And I think he wants to finish it off. He'll peek around the corner and just do a sorceress burst at this thing.
Get it, Marmar.
I think he'll do fire damage. He feels pretty good about fire, I think, on these guys. Ooh, big hit. Not quite a crit, but a hit. Oh no, piss.
Come on, man.
3 points of fire damage. That is not enough to finish this thing off. Terrible damage roll. Alright, that's his action, that's his bonus action. He will just pull himself even a little bit further behind here to get even more cover so he doesn't fucking die. He'll get up from prone. Pushes back up against the wall over there. That brings us to Bones' turn.
Okay, I am going to start by using a bonus action to activate the shoulder-mounted blaster.
Okay.
I get 3 shots. First one at the Blood Haunt. For 15
Hits.
Oh, bless. Thank God. 2d6. 5 points fire.
That is enough.
Thank God.
Your shoulder-mounted blaster burns less of this thing's blood up. You light it on fire. It catches flame like oil, sputtering, and just pitifully screeching, pulling itself towards Bill Statler, like reaching up a bloody hand towards him and then dying.
Amazing. We'll send the next one to the Wailing Echo that is on Bill.
Okay.
For 10 to hit, probably misses.
Misses.
And second one, 11 to hit, probably misses.
Yes, that will miss.
Okay, totally fine. That is my bonus action. I will use... how close is the closest Wailing Echo to me?
You stayed how far off the map?
I
don't remember.
wanted to be at least 70 feet away from that current thing. I think I'm like 15 off the edge of the map.
Okay, so then
I'm
you
like,
are
45,
60 from
60
it.
away now.
Or 50 feet away from the closest Wailing Echo.
Did we establish that this ant has a climb speed?
Not a true climb speed. No, if you're trying to get on top of a building, it's
Oh,
going to
yeah,
require. What I will allow it to do is like a horse cannot get on top of a building. I'll let this thing do like an athletics check to climb a building, but I'm not going to give it a true climb speed because it's so fucking huge.
That's all right. I think I don't want to risk something going terribly wrong. I will. Is it fast enough that I could run down between those two buildings and get to the southern thing there without taking an opportunity?
100%, yeah.
Okay, I just don't want to
120
get in a
feet.
cluster, and we're in a cluster right now.
So you want to get like down all the way to
bingo,
here?
exactly. I want to be in that alley. Yep.
Perfect.
So good. And I'll be as far south and to the west side of the street as I can.
Okay, let's see here. You had to run south by 25, west by 65. That puts you at 90. You have 120 feet to move, so you can be 30 feet off that south side
Yeah,
of the map.
just throw me to the west side of the street.
On the card.
Yeah,
There you go.
that's perfect. That's
Actual
amazing.
position
Love that,
as,
love that.
as depicted.
Do I have like a little shot in the echo from there?
Yes, you can see both of them.
Amazing, perfect. This is exactly where I'm going to be. I hold my action for patient marksman.
Lovely. Boss, Samajik.
Remind me how fairy fire here works. If I drop it between the two echoes and get both of them, does it stay on them if they move?
It moves with them. If it debuffs them the moment it hits them and follows them. Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna drop it right in the middle of them.
Okay, yep, they both need to make dexterity saving throws. On the
16.
left, fail. And on the right, a success. So the left one fails, right one succeeds. Yeah, you see a sparkling sort of glimmering light and rapture, or wrap around this one that's attacking Bill. Alright, that's your action. You got movement and bonus.
Man, I feel like this is a really bad idea, but I'm gonna go for it and run down and just smack the shit out of the one at the bottom.
Okay. Give me your attack roll.
15 to hit.
15 hits.
9 points.
9 points. As you maybe perhaps expect, you swing your fist towards this thing, and as a ghost is wont to do, your fist kind of passes through it. It takes half of that damage, being resistant to bludgeoning.
4.
Looks down towards you and just lets out a scream in your direction. Nothing mechanical at the moment.
I scream right back at him.
Hell yeah. Dope image.
Full fucking bellowed, trumped up.
Hell yeah. Alright, that brings us to Flame Skull to the left. This one that has already used its fireball. Two attacks on Bill Statler. One hit, one miss. Bill takes 17 points of damage.
We gotta get out of there.
He's kind of surrounded.
Oh, dang, he's got health. Okay.
Okay, that's that Flame Skull's turn. I don't think it's going to move. Actually, it's going to get a little further away. It likes to be far away from things. It's going to go kind of over here.
Is that that's not the Hunter's Mark?
That is not the Hunter's
Yeah,
Mark,
okay.
correct. Next up, Bill Statler. Boy, oh boy, Bill. What kind of situation have you found yourself in? It
Get him,
is
Bill.
going to... Bill will... Boy, kill. Pistol in hands, but with a monster right up close to him. Oh, it's fairy fired. How delightful. He would have disadvantage shooting something right next to him, but that cancels with advantage. So he can make straight shots on this Wailing Echo, pulls his pistol up and just pow, 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 3 shots at this thing.
B-I-L-L. Let's go, Bill.
1 hit, 1 miss. 1 hit. So 2 hits, 1 miss. This thing, again, no surprise here, seems resistant to bullets. They pass right through it and it only takes half the damage, but it does take 9 points of damage. Alright, that's Bill's turn. Stands his ground, kind of standing over this unconscious townsfolk right here. That brings us to Fairy Fire Wailing Echo. This one looks down at Bill and lets out an awful blood-curdling scream. That's going to affect both Bill and Boss. Wisdom saving throw.
I think I'm good on that again.
Bill's good as well.
Yeah,
What's
I
your
got
total?
Fucking, 20.
20, yes, you were good. That's it for this thing. It stays right where it is. Other one. Next to Boss. The first thing it does is it puts 2 ghostly hands on each of your shoulders and tries to just dig its cold, cold claws into your shoulders.
But as want for a ghost, they just go straight through me.
Uh-huh.
No?
That one does, with a 7 to hit.
That does not work.
Other one is 18 to hit you.
Yeah, it hits.
Okay, that one does hit. And you feel as it digs its claw into your shoulder. It does what a ghost claw does, which is pass through your body. But then you feel just an icy cold underneath your shoulder. You feel your muscles tensing and locking up underneath there, and your skin like blistering. You take 8 points of necrotic damage.
No.
As it is sort of digging its claws into your shoulders, it sees Marble and Cadence and Patches sort of rumbling down in this direction as well. It's going to look towards Marble and scream in your direction. It's a weird thing in this case where it turns its head towards Marble, and everyone besides Marble just sees the sides of its mouth like tethering and fraying, but you don't hear anything. Marble, you hear like a telepathic scream in your mind. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, Marble.
It's only a 5.
5 is a failure.
Oh, yeah.
No damage, but you are frightened of this thing.
I had a feeling that might happen.
Did you be that way? Okay, that is this thing's action. It's not going to move. Actually, it is. Having like attacked Boss and scared Marble, it then turns like a wisp carried on the wind and turns over towards Bill and flies towards him. Boss, you can make an opportunity attack if you wish.
I'll use the moon sickle
Okay,
for 19.
that hits. Give you some damage.
8 points of damage.
8 points of slashes damage. That gets halved as your sword passes right through it, down to 4. Okay. That brings us to the other flame skull, the one that is hunter's marked, the one that has not yet used its fireball. It will float its way down in this direction.
That's where I'll shoot.
Okay.
28.
Yep.
27 and I... Or no, sorry. Yes, 27 and I might bump that if he's close.
There's no need. You put a bullet through that shatters the remainder of the skull, and it scatters like bones down onto the ground.
Hell yeah.
Just
Preventive.
like bones.
Yeah, like bones. I'm waiting until he inhales to do the black smoke, and then I do the classic, like,
Hell
bum
yeah.
of the Dodongo's
Down in
mouth.
the back of the
Yeah,
jaw.
Yeah.
The skull breaks in two and falls to the ground. The fire goes out to prevent what would have been a fireball on Boss, Cadence, and Morisco. Or a Marble, I should say. Okay. That brings it to Cadence.
I will move up next to Boss and shoot the fairy fired one.
Okay. Attack roll with advantage.
A 19 to hit,
That will hit.
25 points of piercing damage.
Ooh, that gets halved to 12. Your bullet again passed through, not like unimpactful, but it just seems to not be fully damaged by weapons.
Okay. I'm going to use my bonus action to activate my dagger of First Light.
Hell yeah. For the record, we did this off screen, but for our friends at home, this is a new weapon that Cadence bought while you were in Cherry Falls doing a little bit of shopping. Probably picked it up at Softails, that like criminal place, off someone that was fencing it.
You can speak the bonus, or use bonus action to speak the weapon's command word. The glowing weapon sheds bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet.
Nice.
While the weapon is glowing, it deals radiant damage instead of piercing.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Sick. They also reel back from the light. They don't like being in light.
Does Bill?
That brings us to Ghost. Unless Cadence, you're moving anymore.
I'll take the last 15 and move forward. And my Mirage armor gives, while I'm standing in bright light, anything that's trying to perceive me has disadvantage on trying to see me.
Good to know. Okay. That brings us now to Ghost.
I am going to come out of cover, seeing that Marisko is okay. I need this guy next to Bill to give me a intelligence saving throw.
All right. Intelligence saving throw. That is 3 total.
Beautiful. Takes 7 points of psychic damage,
All right.
and it takes a minus d4 on its next saving throw.
Beautiful. The psychic is perfectly effective on it. You see it lets out a scream for the first time in pain instead of in trying to terrorize you guys. Anything else on your turn?
I think that is unfortunately all I got right now. Everybody else seems decently healthy and safe, so I will duck back behind cover.
Got it. All right. Brings us to Marble.
I can't move forward because I'm frightened.
You are frightened, unfortunately.
So I will instead just cast Magic Missile.
Okay, great. There's no attack roll because it's a magic missile.
I know, that's
Oh, you
why
put it on the
that's the
table.
only thing I can do.
Smart move.
I believe that Bones can kill the one that is fairy fired. I don't think I'm going to kill the one. Attack the one that has advantage. I'm going to attack the one that hit me.
Okay, got it. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Holy fuck, what the foul?
You missed some shit.
Oh my god.
I have terrible news.
Well-
You'll never recover your relationship with Cadence ever again.
Or with drugs.
Or Zeke.
Or with drugs. You'll never be able to do drugs again.
All right, Marble does 8 points of damage to the South Echo.
I don't have anything to do with my bonus action, so that's all I can do.
Okay. I'll recap on your turn, Marisco, when we get to it. First, we'll do Patches. Patches will... He's going to walk over towards Marisco. He says, "The fuck it is? This isn't too scary for me. You get out there, I stay back here." He's going to cast a 3rd level Cure Wounds on Marisco.
What movie references do you make?
Actually, let's just do
Grave
second.
Encounters.
It's Patches. We're only doing a 2nd level heal, not 3rd level. 21 healing to you, Marisco. Okay. Top of the round, Marisco. Here's what's happened. You guys were, to make a very long story short, have figured out where the factory is that you guys want to go to because you think it might be where the twins are at and for other reasons. The way to get there involves getting on a train, which you guys don't want to wait for, essentially. You've forged some paperwork to be able to get onto it. So the plan that you had been in the middle of developing was for some of you to get on Revenants made by Ghost and just ride there through the countryside, while the rest of you used your forged paperwork to get onto the train and just meet up at the factory. But in the midst of making all of those plans, as you and Bones are still tripping absolute balls on this candy, you guys heard a scream from down by the sheriff's office and saw some basically undead rising up and attacking the sheriff, who is now here. So you guys ran down to help. You got, the first roll in initiative and were the first one into the fray, and as your reward for that, a big, terrible blood ooze creature crawled out, climbed up onto you, partially inserted its bloody self into your head and ears.
Wonderful.
You begun.
I was glad I was here for that. Yep.
Yep. You begun sort of bleeding out of your ears and eyes again, all while your sensations and emotions are greatly heightened. So I assume,
fantastic.
Worst imaginable trip. While this thing was latched onto you and essentially piloting you, Cadence, in an attempt to save you, shot the bloody thing that was latched onto you, crit it, and then you took half of the damage of that crit. So that you were then unconscious for a minute. You've been dragged behind a building and healed up, and sort of pulled off to the side, and that's where we are now. The terrible bloody ooze that got you is gone now. Now you're just kind of fighting some ghosts and a flame skull.
Just ghosts in a flame skull.
Yeah, at least not an awful bloody
just
ooze
that.
trying to body snatch you.
I forget, do we have a rule on holding? Since I just got here, I kind of need to look at what I've got, because I don't remember what I have available currently.
I'll allow you to just kind of hold your turn while you get sort of caught up if you wish to. You just let me know when you want to jump in and take your turn, and for now we'll jump to Bone.
Okie dokie. We're going to use bonus action to chance for Hunter's Mark over to the other Flame Skull. We're going to move
There's only one. Oh, I see what you're saying.
to the other Flame Skull. Yeah. I kind of like my position. I'm just going to nudge a tiny bit closer north. But again, trying not to be close enough that I can be AoE'd with Bill. Yeah,
Makes
literally
sense.
just a step is good. And then I hold my action.
Okay, holding the action. Basa Magique.
No, I'm dropping Moonbeam.
Okay,
Yeah, good.
Fairfire goes away, and you drop some Moonbeam.
Yep.
They do that on their turns, correct?
Yes, so
Creature that starts.
the
its
creature
turn.
enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, engulfed in ghostly flames, calls Searing Pain, blah, blah, blah.
Incredible.
Con save.
Hell yeah. Maybe in the best, environment you've been in for Moonbeam yet, outside under the night sky, there's just a pillar of moonlight that shoots down from above. These things screech in pain. Alright, that's your action. You have movement and bonus if you want them.
I'm good on bonus action, and as far as movement, put me beside Cadence.
Step up next. Cadence, kind of square up shoulders. Alright. With that, Marisco, Abadi is about to go unless
Yes.
you're ready.
I'd like to go, yeah.
Okay.
Can I use this part of this building to climb up to here, possibly?
Totally, you've got a climb speed, right? Absolutely.
I should, yeah.
Yeah, you can climb right up the wall and up onto the front little awning. Yeah.
Cool. Then from here, I should be able to see to get a Sorcerer's Burst off.
Hell yeah. Big ol' hit.
Sick.
Ooh, into exploding
Nice.
damage, yeah. You get another d8 from that 8 that you rolled. Alright, so a total of 16 points of damage to this thing. Again, it, much as you were doing a second ago, reaches up to its head, screeching in pain and terror. Biggest hit it's taken yet. And then, if you'd like, you have a bonus action for your spiritual weapon.
Yeah, I'll have it go up and try to finish the job.
Hell yeah. 16 will hit.
Go sick. I've said sick 3 times, but it's sick. Hey, look, okay,
Hell
okay.
yeah. It had 10 hit points, so you needed that good damage roll to finish it, and with it you do. Your cleaver slices through this ghost, and in a scream of agony, it dissipates into just a pale, whitish gray energy that dissipates in the moonlight. That one is gone.
Cool. That's everything for me.
All right, now we come back into the order here with Mr. Flameskull that is still alive. Looks towards Bill Statler and starts to fire eye rays at him.
I shoot. Or I shoot.
All right, you shoot.
No crit. 28.
Hits.
32.
That is enough. You see fire building in its eyes. It's about to shoot more rays of flame towards Bill Statler, and again, just explode in exploding bone shrapnel. It scatters over on the ground by those boxes. Okay, Bill Statler. He's just got one enemy left. He is... You know what? In order to avoid his own disadvantage, he will take a step back from this thing. It will take an opportunity attack on him. It misses him, and then he will go ahead and make his attacks on this Echo regular instead of at disadvantage. Those will be 2 hits, 1 miss. 9 plus 6 is 15. Halved is 7 points of damage. All right, that's it for Sheriff Bill. He'll back up a little bit more, actually. Quite a bit more, even. All right, last remaining Echo starts its turn in Moonbeam and makes a Constitution saving throw, I believe. 9.
Nope.
Crit fail if it matters. I don't think it does.
Does not. 13.
13 points of radiant damage. Howling in agony as it burns up in this moonlight. Okay. It will... It just chases Bill. It chases Bill Statler, and continues to, like, claw at him with these ghostly claws, screaming in his face. Burning rage in its eyes. 1 hit. And then Bill needs to make a wisdom save. Bill succeeds. Okay, that brings us then to Cadence Amato.
Yerp. I will start making my way to the Wailing Echo. I'm gonna have to bonus action dash, unfortunately, to get to it.
It do be that way.
It do be that way. And then I will attack it with my dagger.
The glowing dagger. You see it looks over its shoulder, unpleased about this light.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20 will hit.
29 points of radiant damage.
That is enough. Describe how Cadence ends this ghost's afterlife.
Oh boy. I think I just start running up behind it, and I'll pull out a Leggiero, and I will it's the little push knife. That the handle looks like a paper fan almost.
Yeah,
and I just shove it straight through the back of the neck.
Incredible. As Bill is squaring up with this thing, it's got his claws in his shoulders and is screaming in his face. The tip of your blade comes out from the back of its mouth, and Bill watches as it explodes in light. He kind of shields his eyes from the flash. And with that, everything goes quiet in the chaos of this as everyone sort of catches their breath. Bill kind of stands up straight, nods at you, Cadence, and tips his hat. Hold on, we got stuff to talk about. Just a minute. He runs over here and kind of takes a knee next to this one that is still alive here, this townsfolk. You see, it's about this time that Deputy Orlando Merrill comes out from inside. Bill says, "Go get Father Lars." And Merrill kind of goes running down the street off towards the church at the end of the street. What are you guys doing in these immediate moments? I'll go to Bones with the hand
Bones
raise.
is running up into Vibbing, and then I'll start casting Go Berries.
Okay, outstanding. You run up. One of these was killed instantly and is dead, but the other one is still like catching its last sort of attempts at breaths. And you sort of place marbles. I think we described it as like a mask that shoots magic into their mouth, and he breathes and is.
For what it's worth, just out of instinct, he positions himself between him and the other dead guy.
Yeah, the other body is ruined, burned, far beyond saving, but this guy was not, and you get him a hit point. Over the next few seconds, the moonbeam fades. Oops. Sheriff Bill looks around. Says, cannot thank you enough. This was fixing to be a whole lot worse hadn't you showed up.
Right place, right time, I guess. What was that? What do you have undead here commonly?
He stands up, kind of takes his hat off and wipes the front of his head, puts his hat back on top, says, "It's not all too uncommon in these parts, especially here at the gallows." And he kind of raises his head over towards the gallows on the side of the sheriff's office. But it's not all the time, but been unheard of.
Seems like maybe you should do your executions a little outside of town then.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, stranger.
Sorry, I don't mean to... Bonicello.
Bonicello, he reaches and shakes your hands. Says, "Bill Statler, a pleasure. Thank you." While he kind of looks around to everyone, says, "Thank you. Well, we'd have been a goner." Go ahead, Marble.
While Bones is doing that, I'm gonna pull my armor away. But I'm gonna go over. I want to see what were these bodies completely transformed, or did these things come out of the bodies and these bodies still like hung in the gallows?
Yeah, you go over and look over by the gallows on the sort of northwestern side of the sheriff's office. Again, I'm not going to switch maps because it's going to be chaos, but there's another map that shows a little further to the north that shows the interior of the sheriff's office, and there are like gallows on the side there. You look around. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
22.
22. You don't see remnants of bodies here. You know that there's like the gallows and there's like a platform that drops and then they hang, and then you presume the body would be taken down.
I assume that there's probably clothes or something left behind.
You don't see anything out here. You see the gallows, but you look like down underneath the trapdoor and stuff, and you don't see like the remains of any bodies here. And Bill looks over and says, "In truth, I don't exactly know where those came from. We don't leave the bodies just sitting on the ground out here."
I'm gonna go like kick one of the flame skulls with my foot.
Yeah.
Just say, "Who sent you?"
As you do, Bill, I'll come to you in just a second. Bill says, "Be careful now. We haven't got the priest over here yet, but those things are liable to return, being undead and all. He'll come over here and put some holy water on them." Do you cast like a spell here, or you just...
Yeah, I'll cast Speak with Dead.
Incredible. Now remind me before you do that, doesn't Speak with Dead explicitly say it will not work on undead?
He's dead now.
Start by giving me an Arcana check. 14? Okay. I'm going to say, as you go to cast this spell, you think a little bit about it as you look down the skull, and especially as Bill says that, like, that thing's liable to come back. You think that this thing still constitutes an undead creature until, like, holy water sprinkled on it is prevented from rejuvenating. You can even see as you look down on it, like, the bones are slowly, ever so slowly, kind of like twitching, and the dirt's kind of slowly pulling towards each other to reform. They're kind of dry bonesing. So this thing is not fully destroyed yet.
I'll pour some holy water on it.
Yep.
But also...
Now, real quick, before you do that, the other thing is the spell requires a creature with a mouth, and I did pretty explicitly describe these things like exploding when Bones shot them. You would need to, like, put the skull back together.
So just wait for it to mostly form.
Yeah, I'll just wait for it to reconstitute, and then I'll pour holy water on it.
There's one more thing that I thought of. This thing, when you ask it, is going to remember the last thing it remembered in life, which is presumably a criminal that was hanged and not an undead.
We don't know it's a criminal.
Well, okay.
Does unlife count?
What I'm saying is, I don't know if this thing is going to remember the last thing it remembers from being undead, but we'll find out. Let's find out.
For the moment, you have some time. You see it's pulling stuff together very slowly. This happens over 1 hour, so you've got time before this is going to be a thing. As you like bend over Ghost and start kind of pulling these pieces of bones together, Bill says, "There really ain't no need for that. The priest will come over and deal with that if you want to. Appreciate all your help already. You don't need to trouble yourselves with that."
We need answers more than a priest.
It's about this time that, kind of running back down the street, because they didn't have to go very far, come Deputy Merrill and Father Cassius Lars. You see a man in the garb of a Nuvolarian priest. He is a kitsune, like fox folk, so he's like a kind of Arctic fox, so like all white furred, has 4 tails coming out from the back, all dressed in sort of priestly garb. has a cigarette kind of hanging from his mouth as he walks or kind of jogs down here. First place he goes is towards this dead townsfolk. That he kind of shakes his head towards Bill. Says, "I apologize, Sheriff, but it's too late." Sheriff Bill kind of spits on the ground. Says, "God damn." Kind of kicks the ground a little bit. Meryl steps up. Orlando says, he kind of looks around at everyone that's assembled here and says, "Oh, well, different circumstances now, but Sheriff Bill, these were the ones that were asking about the Espinados earlier I was telling you about. I don't know as we want to talk all that out right now." Bill kind of finishes cleaning his pistol and sticks it back in the holster. Says, "Father Lars, you got this under control?" He says, yes, Sheriff, it won't be an issue." Father Lars starts going around and like getting the little vials of holy water out and sprinkling them on the flame skull to the north, and then he goes over to where all that blood was as well and starts sprinkling holy water on it. You guys see eerily, you hadn't noticed the blood was like moving a little bit still, was also going to rejuvenate after an hour.
Oh no.
While he's doing that, if you don't mind, this is potentially about Los Espinados. What do you know of them? Do they operate around here?
Yeah, no, I suppose no time like the present. The Espinados, they are... you'd be doing this town a favor. You bring them low lives in. They've been troubling this town since before I was even sheriff. They are holed up out in Whiskabush. It's an abandoned mining town up by Liberty Valley. A couple days ride out from here. You want to come on inside? I can show you it on the map.
Sure.
He'll kind of lead you inside. He gets a map out. And this map doesn't have the detail to really show you this, but he essentially shows you that Blackwood territory extends basically all the way out to where Liberty Valley begins, kind of out to the east a little bit there, kind of where my cursor is. And he says basically right where Liberty Valley and the edge of Blackwood territory is, he says it's right out there, right on the border with Liberty Valley. There's a little mining town, Whiskabush. Came up during the salt rush back in the 1840s, and now it's a ghost town, but they've taken it up as their place of residence.
Do they do business here in town?
Not anymore. They did before I was sheriff, but when I took over, I drove them all out of town and been trying my best to keep them out, but it ain't stopped them from pulling all sorts of crimes in other parts of Blackwood territory.
No, sir. We don't know for certain, but we believe they may have designs on the factory. Could you give us tickets for one of the trains over there at some point?
To the factory?
Yeah.
I can't do it myself, but I can put a word in with the factory manager out there, Mr. El Zamani. The truth, it's more his decision than mine. Vanguard does things their own way out there.
I see. Does that strike me as unusual?
I can give you an insight check.
Okay.
I mean, it's very libertarian.
History? Yeah. 12.
12, maybe. I'll let you decide if it's unusual to you or not.
It sounds unusual to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Up to you to make that decision.
All right.
But he says it's part of Blackwood territory, but we've given them authority to handle their own part of the territory as they see fit.
It's a private train line then.
Yes, yeah. We don't. It ain't owned by Blackwood territory. It's owned by Vanguard.
I see. I understand. Okay. Thank you. For your own information, there may be a shady business happening around the factory. It's worth keeping an eye on.
I will bear that in mind. I'm sure Deputy Merrill already told you there's a handsome reward out for the Espinados if you are able to bring them in, dead or alive. Don't make a difference to me.
Is there a reward for what we just did?
I appreciate good Samaritan stepping in and doing the right thing when they see people in trouble. Give me a persuasion check if you wish
We
to.
did also, we helped to get the train here. We unblocked commerce here along that train line.
I'll give you. You have advantage, Bone. Or you can do it as well if you wish to, Bone.
27.
27. Beautiful. He says, far be it from me to deny the hard work of good, meaning people. And he kind of looks over to Merrill and says, why don't you head inside and find something for him, Deputy? And Deputy Merrill says, that I will do, Sheriff. And he heads inside for a minute. And he will come back out maybe 10 or, not even 10, less than 5 minutes later with just a stack of cash and just hands you each a 10-mark bill.
Hey, better than nothing.
Yeah. He says, and Deputy Merrill says, and there'll be plenty more than that, where that came from. If you get rid of the Espinados, don't forget, it was 150 marks per head. Bring them all 5 in. Bill says, if y'all are fixing to head out to Whisker-Bush, we can set you up with horses, as long as you bring them back. If you don't, they'll have to come out of the reward, but I'm sure that won't be a problem. You all seem capable. Meanwhile, Cassius Lars has made it over to Ghost, where you are in the process of gathering pieces of this skull together. And he says, if you'll excuse me, I gotta put that thing to rest before it returns.
No, thank you.
He cocks his head at you a little bit.
I have questions for it first.
He says, I'm sorry, we really can't be taking the chance of undead killing more people here. He looks over at the body on the ground, burnt. He says, we're going to put that corpse to rest now. If you would please hand it over.
Do you intend to let precious information that could save more lives go to waste?
My opinion is that information isn't worth what lives are worth.
Idiots. Am I close enough to hear it?
Yeah. This isn't secret.
Yeah, I'll walk up behind Father. Hey, back off. We put him down once, we'll put him down again if we need to.
Give me intimidation.
That's going to be a natural 1.
Okay.
9.
Can I try to persuade him?
If you wish to.
Father, I am a bit of a holy man myself. I can guarantee we will put it down once we are finished with this information gathering. Wink. I mean, now you won't wink, because that sounds like a lie.
Put it away, Marmar.
You can roll me persuasion.
Oh, it was almost in at 20 for me, but 18.
All right. He looks at you, looks at Cadence. Give me an insight check, each of the 3 of you. Cadence, Ghost, and Maurice, go give me insight checks.
Oh, I'm good at this.
Can I not roll dice and just decide what I get?
No. Thank you for asking.
7.
16.
Okay. 7 and an 8, Ghost and Cadence, you're kind of locked on this guy in a way that I think probably feeling a little annoyed with this guy to the point that you're not really reading his candor that well. Maurice going to 16. You just noticed that hearing what you'd said, hearing what Cadence and Ghost have said, he makes a quick look over to the sheriff, over to Sheriff Bill, and they just share a look. And on 16, you can't read much of what that look is, but you just notice a look between the 2 of them. And then Father Lars says, "This decision's not up to me," and he looks over to Bill, and Bill says, I appreciate very much all the help you all provided here, but I got to keep the town in order, and I don't want to play any games with trying to bring undead back to the brink of life just to ask questions. We need to put the dead to rest. If you please hand that over, son. And he looks at Ghost.
And that will stop the problem.
Can I cast I'm going to cast a spell on Cassius.
Okay.
And to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. Does the spell have components, manifestations?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Just curious. I'll still roll the save. I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
That is a 9 total.
Perfect. I hand the skull to him.
Lovely. Nice. Takes the skull in his hands. He nods at you and says, "Thank you, son. Done the right thing." And he reaches into the inside of his pocket and begins to sprinkle holy water over the skull. Tell me about the spell that you've cast on him, please. I assume it's an illusory skull.
Yeah, Phantasmal Force.
Lovely. So the situation is you have pieces of a skull in your hand, and you hand them over to him, and he perceives that you have handed them to him.
Yeah.
How, if at all, do you disguise from Bill that you are still holding a pile of bones?
Don't.
Bill sees you cast a spell, and then sees you hand bones to Cassius Lars, but still have bones in your hand. Cassius gets holy water out and starts to sprinkle it over the bones that he's holding in his hands, thinking that he has them, but Bill looks at you, Ghost, and says, "Are you trying to trick us, son?"
I will say just to Bill, do you want to die?
Boy. Roll me an intimidation check, I guess. Ooh, that's a good roll for the Ghost.
Yeah. I will pull out a vial of holy water as well and flash it at him.
You just asked him if he wanted to die. He takes a step in your direction. He doesn't pull his gun out, but he places places his hand on the pistol at his holster, and says, "Listen, I appreciate that you have done a good thing for our town by helping us out with this little problem, but you have no right to speak to me or anyone in this town that way. If you're going to threaten the residents of Blackwood, I'm going to either have to ask you to leave or I'm going to have to put you in a cell, son." Go ahead, Bones.
That happens out loud, right?
Out loud, yes.
If I may, I'm sorry, he's not from around here. His mannerisms are a little unusual. He is a skilled arcanist who is also capable of putting this down. He has the holy water. We'll do it outside of the city if necessary. We don't wish to endanger you or your people. What he's trying to say is we need to know why this reformed, and if we destroy it, we lose that information and more undead can show up.
And why is it that you need to know that, if you don't mind my asking? I believe it's the business of me and my people to protect this town. I don't know what business you have.
For the lead that you've put out for Los Espanadas, we believe that this might be linked to what they're doing.
It seems very strange that you're so resistant to this, Sheriff. Especially given that you've been incapable of dealing with these bandits for years. Almost like you may be aiding them.
He looks over towards you. Looks at the skull in your hands. I don't much care for your insinuation.
Do you want them found or not?
Well, I believe the money speaks for itself. 750 marks wants them found. But I cannot have out-of-towners running through my town and undermining my authority. It's what is done with the bodies that are found in Blackwood is Blackwood business, not the business of bounty hunters looking for the next payday. Why don't you mind the business of the Espanados, and I'll mind the business how the bodies of Blackwood are dealt with.
Can I do an insight check on him?
Absolutely, give me an insight check.
God, that's piss. 6.
6, okay. You don't get the sense that you're being deceived, lied to, manipulated. You get the sense that this guy is very, territorial is the wrong word, because I'm giving you like an animal word for a human being.
People can be territorial.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yes. He is very put off by you coming into the town and essentially, one, threatening him, saying that you are going to kill him. I mean, that's pretty much all it takes to get on the wrong side of somebody. And then two, like, not acquiescing with what he is saying. You don't get the sense that you are being, like, lied to, used, that this guy has, secret ties that he's hiding from you or information that he's keeping from you. You get the sense that he just really does not like you speaking to him this way, behaving this way, and not just handing over the skull to Cassius Lars and being done with this monster that just killed you. There's, a crisp body of someone that this broken skull in your hands scorched in front of him, and he wants it dead and gone.
Can I insight Cassius? Is he on our side, but he answers to Statler and is afraid to say anything?
Give me an insight check.
It's getting
I'm going
better.
on
It's a
one
3.
at a time. 8.
8.
I told you so many times, buy new dice.
I need to. I really do.
Do you
24
want,
episodes,
do you,
guys.
But then sometimes they always crit on deception, intimidation, and attack rolls.
They haven't for so many times.
On an 8 cadence. Again, kind of having trouble getting a good read on. Certainly, I mean, like, you saw him kind of make. Well, actually, you didn't even see him make the look at Bill. He seems to just agree with Bill. He seems to be in agreement with Bill and uncomfortable with the situation, with not being allowed to put this dead body to rest. Bones.
Okay, Bones had not considered this until Ghost spoke up, and now his gears are turning. I'm kind of doing a couple things here. First of all, I'm very good at tracking and understanding humanoids. I kind of want to test the opposite. I'm testing for a negative, right? I'm trying to see if I'm getting a bad read on him because he is not really humanoid. And the way that I'm doing that more realistically is he got injured in this fight, presumably. I'm studying him. I'm investigating him.
Sure.
Is he bleeding? Does he have weird vampire teeth? Are his eyes acting weird in the moonlight?
Yeah, you can give me a medicine check if you wish to.
Do I get a bonus for him being humanoid? I'll roll
2d20 to tell me what they look like.
I got you. Yeah. Oh my God.
Wow.
It's bad either way. It's a natural 1 if he is undead, and it is a 7 if he is humanoid.
Okay, you look over this guy's injuries. You're correct that he took a bunch of injuries in this, but most of it was like psychic damage from like being screamed at by a banshee and like weird internal necrotic damage. He never got like blasted with a bullet or something where you would see like an obvious bleeding wound.
Right.
So it's hard to say.
That being the case, I think the momentary vision of like, what if Ghost is actually right, kind of flicks into his mind. And he's like, wait, they attacked him. They caught him. They can't be on the same team. And so he goes back into just like damage control mode. He's like, I'm so sorry. He's not from around here. He's trying to help. I understand that this is weird. Yada yada.
Okay. He looks to you, Bones, and says, I understand what you are saying, but this is the last time that I'm going to ask, son, before things have to turn into arrests. Please hand the skull over to Father Lars.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Marble.
Morisco, you're a paladin, right?
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. I can do that.
Please do. Please. Oh, thank God.
There it is.
Divine sense.
Divine sense.
Divine sense.
You look around, you sense some presences that stand out to you. One, the pile of bones, and Ghost's hand is undead still. It is not a dead body yet, it is still an undead creature. You sense just like faint necromancy coming off of that. Again, just like an energy. You, like, cooking monsters is the thing you do, because there are a lot of creatures in the world that even though they are not... capital M magic. Like if you cast a detect magic spell right now, there would be nothing to sense on this skull. It's not under the effects of a spell or something. It's just, bones that are... But you have learned to find the underlying magic that weaves through nearly all things. So you sense just some faint hints of the natural necromancy of the world on this skull. As you sense the sort of necromancy on this skull, you sort of turn to look around at the people assembled. I don't think anyone... This is the first time you've used this campaign, maybe. I don't think anyone...
It is, yeah.
I don't think anyone in your party registers in any way. However, you do smell blood. And at first you think that it is the blood left over from that weird bloody ooze on the ground. But kind of as anticipated, you just smell a faint hint of blood on the breath of Sheriff Bill Statler. You just see the faint hints of that same necromancy weaving its way around him the way it is around those bones. Sheriff Bill Statler is undead.
Doesn't make him evil necessarily. Just...
Morisco, give me a insight check as well, please.
The rest of us don't know this yet.
Yeah, the moment is just Morisco that's aware of this fact.
It is. How does ghost telepathy work? Is it one way, right?
It is
so
one
I can
way.
hear him, but he can't hear me? Okay.
Yeah. Morisco, you sense that Bill Statler is some kind of undead, the kind that drinks blood and couldn't see you until after sundown. You look at this skull in Ghost's hands and see how defensive Bill Statler's been in not wanting you to talk to this skull. You don't think that this skull belongs to someone that was hung at the gallows. In fact, there are no bodies sitting by the gallows. That would be ridiculous. You think that this body died in a different way entirely.
How
However,
do I
at the moment,
convey this? This is terrible. I hate having knowledge.
I'd say at the moment, the only thing that has happened is Morisco has like the hair on the back of his neck standing up. Bill Statler looks to you, Ghost, and says, hand that over to Laws, or this disagreement is going to turn into an arrest, son.
Can I do my?
I think you should listen to him, Ghost. I have an idea of how we can find the Desperados.
And then real quick, let's jump to Marble, because he's been waiting for a while.
So what I was doing this entire time was I was crawling under the gallows to try searching for these bones. He said that's what I was doing this entire time.
Okay,
and
great.
Me not being able to find some, or finding some, might be.
Yeah, I think that the disagreement over here has grown heated enough that Bill or Deputy Merrill or even maybe Father Lars, the moment has gotten tense enough that no one's going to stop you, I guess is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Go stick your head underneath the
I'm
sort
gonna
of
crawl
patio
around.
down
I'm
there
small.
and crawl around in there. You probably have to take your armor off to do that.
Oh, I
what
already
that's
had my
worth.
armor off.
Good to know. You get down there and crawl around, and you find... give me an investigation check, actually.
I would love to.
And I'm going to ask you to do it with disadvantage because you're in dim light.
I have dark vision.
Which makes it dim light for disadvantage.
Oh wait, is he in?
He's in darkness.
He's in darkness because-
meaning your
yeah.
dark vision is dim light.
I can artifice make a light.
Okay, great. Then there's a straight roll. If you get a light out while you're searching underneath there.
I will. 22.
22, okay. You look around underneath there and find just some disturbed earth. It looks like something has burrowed up from in the ground, like dug its way out from underground. And it looks the size of the creatures, the skulls that you just fought. In other words, perhaps these bodies were buried under here and then dug their way out from under the ground.
This is a weird question. Does it seem like they were buried underneath here, or does it seem like they were buried in like underneath, inside the building, underneath the ground?
Interesting.
And they crawled up.
I think on a 22, it's hard to tell. You can just tell on a 22 that something has dug up from the ground here. It's hard to tell where
And
specifically.
I don't see any other.
No, you don't see like another. Like you don't see a bunch more bodies down here, or like a trapdoor or anything crazy.
Okay.
Hunter's mark.
Hunter's mark on Bill. Got it.
When he says that when it seems like this might be turning violent in a second.
Okay, and then Ghost, I need to know what you do in response to this statement.
I need to know what Father Cassius is doing, because as far as he's concerned, he did the thing and fully believes that he did it.
He absolutely 100% believes that you have handed him a skull, that he has poured holy water on it, that it has deanimated and is no longer undead. He does not see a skull in your hands. That said, he still hears the conversation happening, at least from Bill's standpoint. If nothing else, that's more than 10 feet away from him, so not within range of this illusion. And either way, I don't think that this illusion would stop him from hearing that conversation anyway. It's also only 1 minute. This conversation has been way longer than a minute. So unless you have some way of extending the direct duration of the spell, I think it has faded at this point anyway. But in that first minute, over that time, what Father Cassius does, he believes that you handed him a skull. He pours holy water over it. The skull that he believes he's holding deanimates and is no longer undead. And then he kind of stands there listening to this confusing conversation with Bill telling you to like hand the skull over. His mind, rationalizing everything, is like, what is Bill talking about? I have the skull. Why are they arguing about this? But 45 more seconds pass and the illusion breaks, and he looks in his hands and sees that the fur is wet with holy water and that you're still holding the skull. Unless you have some other way to sort of further influence that or modify it or something. In the 1 minute duration of the spell, he doesn't do anything besides pour holy water in a skull and then stand there confused about this conversation.
Okay.
Marble, go ahead.
I want to do something. So I assume I can hear arguing out there at the very least.
I will say, just real quick, before you tell me what you're doing, despite this arguing, because you turn a light on under there, there's like light shining out from underneath the patio. And that's enough to at least get Orlando Merrill to come over. And he like looks down in the trapdoor underneath the gallows that's opened up and says, what are you doing down there, son?
Oh, I'm looking for bones.
All right, well, why don't you come on out of there? It's not safe, and boy, y'all are nosy out-of-towners.
Okay, I want to try doing something.
Okay.
Is there a rock under here?
Certainly, yeah, lots.
Can I find one about the size of a skull?
Probably. Give me a luck check. It's low DC luck check.
It was really low, so I kind
How
of...
low we talking?
3. So I'm thinking I want to...
Yeah. On a 3,
This sounds really fun, so I'm going to see how this goes.
Sure, inspiration.
I won.
Damn, dude. Yeah, see, I was only looking for like a 5. On a 3, you find like some rocks that are not as big as a skull and some rocks that are much bigger than a skull, but not exactly skull size. You find some like, I don't know, softball size
Okay.
skulls and some watermelon size
Okay, cool.
stones.
I'll find a softball size one, and then I'm going to... How deep is this hole?
It's almost like where an ant has burrowed up from the ground.
Okay,
It's
cool.
not like a hole.
I'm
go
going to
down.
kind of just cover with my body, and then I'm going to turn off my light,
Okay.
and then I'm going to artificial infusion make this look like a jawbone.
Okay.
And then don't worry, I found a jawbone down here.
All right. That's all well and good, son. Why don't you come on out of there? That's
But I'm going to like announce it so that they can hear it.
okay. Yeah, everyone hears that you found a jawbone in there. And Orlando Arrow's kind of urging you to come out of there.
And I'll come out with it.
Okay, perfect. In that same amount of time, sorry, Ghost, I said an inflammatory thing to you and then did 15 minutes of other conversations. This inflammatory thing is said to you. You look at Cassius Lars to see what he's doing, and he just kind of looks like now that this time has passed that he's like rational, like understanding what has happened to him.
Yeah. Morisco said to just give it to him. But Morisco's a dirty little coward.
You too? I mean, like, not to further poke the fire, but Mirsco's eyes are wildly dilated, and you know him to be absolutely tripping fucking balls right now. So factor that in too.
True. I will just telepathically to Morisco as I'm scooping up the bones. Just say, do you have some other way to get this information?
Not that exactly, but I have an idea.
You're so high right now. I really need you to lock the fuck in.
But we are friends. But I mess around about this. I think I have an idea. I think I can figure it out where this came from.
All right. I'll hand Cassius the bones.
All right. He takes them and, like, kind of nervously, now knowing that some fuckery was played on his mind, steps a couple feet back from you, kind of scared of you, and pours some holy water.
I take a swing.
He pours some water over the bones, and they clatter to the ground now, just inert bones. He looks just kind of perturbed. He'll step over.
Does Statler seem relieved?
Give me an insight check. Actually, so did you already do an insight check on him?
I did. I got a 6.
Okay, yeah, on a 6. Hard to say. He looks still just kind of angry, but he looks glad even on a 6. He looks glad for this sort of to be over, for whatever you could call that relieved, I guess. Yes, he looks glad that this is de-escalated.
So the diffusion of it all.
Right, he didn't want this to turn into ugly either. Cassius Lars, for the record, now this is done, bends down and starts tending to this injured townsfolk and casting some healing magic on them and healing them for whatever that's worth. Marble, go ahead.
So I come out with this
you
jawbone that I found.
Right.
Announcing that I have found it. With the implication of being able to talk with Dead with it.
Right.
Does Bill react to this?
You can give me an insight check.
It's going to be an 18.
18, okay. He looks over, he sees that you've pulled a jawbone, and let me see, let me roll something for him. He looks at it and, what was your roll, 18?
Yeah.
He just looks kind of annoyed. He says, how many of y'all are going to different parts of my sheriff's office digging up bones? Can we just put all the bones down?
It's not undead.
I feel like everyone here is missing the point. I'm going to go ahead and just make a statement. If you all are interested in accepting the bounty to go look for the Espinados, I am happy to provide you that information and that bounty. If you are just here to dig up bones from underneath the office and start fights with the priest, then I'm going to have to ask you to leave my town.
I will
roll the rock
Uh-huh.
underneath the deck thing.
He looks at you.
I'll just put my hands up.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I wasn't sure what was happening. I was just...
He puts his hands up and says, I apologize as well. This has been a trying evening, obviously, and like I said, I do appreciate all your help, but...
Same, we ran into some these bugs that they lay eggs in you. It's been a rough day.
Again, thank you for all of your help. I would just ask that you leave the business of running Blackwood to me, and the business of hunting down criminals you can take on for yourselves. Kind of looks around. Things took a weird turn there that he was not expecting. And in one moment he was like, grateful for his life to you guys, and then the next he was, arguing with you about digging up bones from underneath the sheriff's office. But things have kind of landed somewhere in the middle now in sort of a tense social situation, but not one where Morisco being the only person who knows what's kind of actually going on here. No one is now trying to dig up the literal skeletons in his closet anymore, so
I talked to Morisco, just like, all right, what's your plan?
You guys step away for this, I presume?
I just like telepathically to him, because he got his back to everybody else, just kind of like whisper to me.
Real quick, before you even do that, just to make it a little bit easier to negotiate that, Bill says, I am going to go inside and fill out some paperwork for our deceased friend here. I'll be inside if you want to discuss anything further about the Espinados or horses, travel arrangements, and so forth. If you have any issues out here, Mayor or Orlando will help you out. And he kind of looks over towards the deputy, and Bill starts to go inside.
I'll follow him in.
Okay.
Just the intention of talking about because I don't know what's happening with Morisco and Ghost.
Yeah,
so
okay. So you can continue there, Ghost, just so you know he's not like hovering over you, listening to you or anything. But Ghost and Morisco will come back to you.
I'll stick with Orlando. I kind of want to chat with him.
Got it.
What do I know about vampires? Or
You can give me a... Let's call this history and apply... You have monster lore. Apply your monster lore.
yeah, that's plus. I always forget.
+3 right now.
Okay. Oh, it's proficiency. Okay.
Yep.
Not much.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a very, very famous kind of creature. You know the things that you, Neo, in real life know about vampires and can think of off the top of your head?
Okay.
You've read... Here's what I'll say. You, like, have probably read a lot of, like, fiction about vampires to where you probably believe some things about them that are not actually true. So you probably, like... You probably can't parse the things that you've learned that are true from things that you've learned that are not. We'll put it that way.
Okay. But either way, I would know that, like, vampires can summon, like, skulls, right? Or bones, or other undead things. They're, like, I don't know, weird magic vampire king or undead king things.
What?
I think the sheriff is a vampire.
What?
You think that?
Okay, I don't know what kind of undead he is, but there's something about he has this smell in his breath that I could get from way over here. So you know how a chef has to know how to season things. We kind of have the perfect palate, we know how, oh, this needs more of this, that. I could just smell the smell of blood coming off of him in this, not literally, but just in a weird way. Like if I grated him up and put him on a sandwich, it would taste like blood.
I put two of my 4 hands onto Morisco's cheeks, and then I put the other 2 on his shoulders. I just like get him to look at me like real firm. Like, I need you to be so locked in right now because I know you're high as fuck. How certain are you?
My magic has never lied to me before, so 97.7.
All right. Cadence, 97.7% chance Bill is a vampire, according to Morisco. Take that as you will.
All right. With that
I
very
think
fun
Cadence
time.
went inside.
So with that very fun timing, you send that telepathic message off to Cadence, who is inside with Bill. Cadence, as you were talking to Bill, you walk in with him, and before you get that message, he says, I take it you are in the market for a bounty.
I certainly am.
He kind of rifles through the desk and pulls out the same wanted posters that you've already seen. Hands you the sort of wanted posters for the Espanados.
Even though Boss does not have any interest in going up and like talking to the authority, he still believes in the buddy system, and he's going to keep his eye on Cadence as much as he can through a window.
Makes sense. He rifles through the desk and gets the same wanted posters out that you were showed by Merrill yesterday. It says, well, as I believe probably Deputy Merrill's already told you, there are 150 marks ahead, dead or alive. I just want them gone. It doesn't matter to me whether they die at the gallows or die at your hand.
Well, that's good.
Where we know they keep their headquarters, I couldn't speak to where they are at any given moment, of course, but where they keep their headquarters is in Whiskabush, and he kind of points at the map at the same spot that you saw earlier.
They do a lot of train robbing?
Yeah, that's one of their main lines of business, is my understanding.
Can I do just a quick look around the room? Does anything seem off? Does anything seem... I know that I can't actually investigate him standing in front of him.
Give me a perception check.
She's just digging through his papers while he's talking to her.
17.
17. Kind of what you see is what you get in the room. There's, a couple jail cells that are just open to the room. You just see that there are doors that lead to other rooms of this place. The building's not very big, so you assume that they're just closets or storerooms or whatever. You see some noteworthy stuff on his desk. The papers that he has out. You just see there's a telegram machine on his desk that has received a telegram that you can kind of read upside down from Sheriff Hutchins. She said she was going to send him one, basically telling about this train incident. And as you're talking to him, he kind of points at it. It says, every once in a while they wander out of Blackwood territory, and then I have to explain to somebody else what's going on. It's around this time that you hear Ghost voice in the back of your mind that tell you that this guy's a vampire.
Okay. They have some kind of cat mount with them or something? You know anything about that?
He nods. Says, yeah, I ain't seen the thing in person, but apparently it's some sort of, creature like they are. Some sort of cactus, mountain lion, something.
I see.
Well trained, apparently.
That undead fiasco, does that happen a lot?
Yeah, more often than I'd like. It ain't every day or anything, but it happens.
Seems odd you don't want to get to the bottom of it, but...
The way Father Lars tells me, it's kind of unavoidable. People die in a traumatic way. He kind of looks over his shoulder towards the gallows. Some souls can't help but hold on.
Oh yeah, unavoidable. Nobody ever dies traumatically and doesn't come back. Look, I don't give a fuck about you, and I don't give a fuck about this backwater town. I'm gonna go get my money now.
I don't much care for you out-of-town types either, but if you want to get rid of the Espanados for us or die trying, that is all just fine by me.
Is it fun playing hero? Let the undead rise, and then when we try to solve it, it's like, oh no, don't solve it. I'm just curious.
He leans forward on his desk, kind of rubs his forehead a little bit, takes his hat off and kind of hangs it on a hat hook next to the desk. Give me a... give me a charisma saving throw.
Ooh, oh no. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Incredible. Okay. You are unaware that anything has happened, but he looks at you and kind of leans over across the desk at you. And though the magic doesn't take hold and you don't know that any magic has happened anyway, he leans forward and says, as I said, I am more than happy to pay my obligations as promised for the work that I am offering. As to your judgments and assessments of our fine town, you are entitled to them, but I am not much interested in them. Whatever you are insinuating about the undead here, I suppose I trust the priest more than I trust some up-jumped bounty hunter.
Up-jumped bounty hunter? When did that priest roll into town?
I don't suppose that's any of your business.
I guess it's probably not. Anyway, like I said, I'm gonna go get my fucking paycheck. Hey, enjoy the sunrise. It should be really pretty. And I walk out.
He says, they always are out here.
Yeah, I bet you fucking know. God, I hate this guy.
This piece of shit is so lucky that I don't have daylight prepared.
Outside, as this conversation is going on, I've made some good berries to start. Or I guess for Bones, it's like the bandage gauze, the magical gauze, and he's starting to patch up Maurice, go wipe off the blood and everything.
Perfect. While that's happening, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, so as this is happening, I kind of stick with Orlando Bloom over here.
Yeah, Orlando Bloom. The deputy, he kind of just stands up on the patio, kind of overlooking everything. He kind of lights a cigarette and takes a long drag off of it. Shakes his head.
Marvel, leans with his back towards everyone and just starts to think about everything that's happened in the last 24 hours. Getting to the train, finding out his brothers have been kidnapped by Eisenhower, most likely. Getting to this town that is most likely under the thumb of them. Trying to get to the bottom of it and knowing that they're being stopped. Assuming that they're being stopped. He doesn't know this guy's a vampire.
Sure, yeah.
And starts to cry. Pulls off his glasses and starts to wipe his eyes and just starts to cry next to this guy.
Orlando Merrill was kind of looking around. You see that he was looking down at the dead body, scorched on the ground, and kind of shaking his head, just tisking. And he sees you start to cry. He says, he kind of just impulsively reaches to the front pocket and pulls out like his handkerchief and kind of hands it over to you.
I use it and I dab my eyes. And he's just like, the Esperados, they took my brothers.
He nods. He says, I'm sorry to hear that. It's not the first time I've heard of people losing people they love to those bastards.
We're just trying to find them.
Yeah, well, if the Espinados took them, I think Bill said Whiskey Bush might be the best bet. He kind of looks a little bit hesitant and says, I think y'all can do it. You all really did a number on those undead. Look, I've seen a lot of people come in here interested in the Espinados and not come back, but I don't have ever seen as many or as capable as you, so maybe there's hope for you yet.
Sorry for how everything went. We're really lost out here.
He shakes his head. He says, "You got nothing to apologize for. We'd probably have at least one more dead here, if not more, if it weren't for you. You got nothing at all to apologize for. Things were tense, and understandably. I'm glad it all ended peaceful." He kind of looks out across everybody.
You don't think this was related?
I don't see how it could be. I mean, the Espinados don't raise the undead. The Espinados shoot places up and kill people and take their money. This doesn't seem like it has anything to do with them.
He'll sniffle and kind of wipe the last of his tears up and then hand the handkerchief back to him.
He'll kind of fold it up, put it back in his pocket.
Is this happen a lot?
Yeah, the truth is, it used to happen a whole lot more, but the Espinados, he kind of looks down the street. They used to run this town. They pretty much owned it. The way I've heard it, it was before my time, but then Sheriff Bill came into town and drove him out. And it's been a whole lot more orderly ever since. Our town's safer without them, I'll tell you that.
The undead too, is that new?
He rocks his head side to side, time to time. It's not. It ain't all the time. It's. Bill might be overstating it. It's when he says it happens from time to time. I think what he means is it has happened before. It's not like it's. And it's not like we're fighting undead out here every week or anything.
Is it tough work being the deputy?
He kind of smiles. He says, "Yeah, it's tough, but rewarding. And someday I'd like to be a sheriff myself."
You look the part.
He smiles and takes a long drag of a cigarette, kind of flicks it on the ground.
Well, I have one of those hats back in Cherry Falls. It's not done though.
Well, you all already don't look 2 out of 10. Well, you did when you were wearing that. He looks out of the bag where all of your armor came out. Says you looked out of place when you were in all that, but you all don't look like too. A lot of people come through this town looking like a sore thumb, especially since Vanguard came around. Town's been a whole lot busier, a whole lot livelier, but also a whole lot more out of towners.
Do they have I'm sorry, a lot of people coming through?
He nods. Yeah, more and more every month it seems like. They're a big employer. There's more people working Vanguard in Blackwood territory than any one other employer.
I met Eisenhower last month.
He froze his brow. Who's that?
The owner
Of like all Vanguard?
Mm-hmm.
He kind of whistles.
He's kind of scary.
I would imagine a man like that must be. That's a big operation. I mean, I don't know much about it. My understanding is Vanguard's ain't just Toluca, and it isn't even just Ocassus. It's all over the whole world. Man in charge of a company that does business in the entire world must be quite a man.
Yeah, he's kind of like folds his ears down. He's something.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about your brothers. I do hope that you are able to. Well, I'd be lying if I didn't say I hope that you can get rid of the Espinados for our town's sake, but I also hope that you get your brothers back.
I hope you become sheriff.
He smiles. He says, well, much obliged. He tips his hat at you. Meanwhile, Cassius has made his way over to the dead body and has kind of pulled it over. He places a couple of copper coins onto the eyes of this body and begins a gentle repose on it.
Also, in case I wasn't told, that was Marble doing his best to play this guy.
Yeah.
100%.
And learned absolutely. Actually, I wanted to make an insight check.
Yeah, give me an insight check.
To kind of just see, like, if he. Marble is convinced already, regardless of this, before they came here, that the sheriff is underneath the thumb of
Sure, yeah.
the company.
Yeah,
if this guy also is, if this guy just genuinely cares about this town.
Yeah, give me an insight check.
19.
19. As you talk to him, there's a level of sort of like genuineness and sympathy that he's giving to you. He seems just like, touched about your comments about him being sheriff one day and, interested in your story and happy to have someone to talk to. And on a 19, it is pure veneer. It's 100% fake. You're trying to play this guy, he is trying to play you. Meanwhile, I'll jump over to Bones, Morisco, and Ghost. Actually, Boss, you haven't done anything in a while. What is Boss up to? We'll do that real quick. You may just be standing around, but I'll ask
Sit on
you.
a crate.
Great. Found a crate to pull up on.
My shoulder's been hurting ever since that ghost thing got into it, and I haven't really felt a sensation like that before, and I don't really care for it. And,
Yeah.
Bones healed me up 3. I'm gonna go ahead and heal myself the rest of the way.
Okay.
With the potion. It's only 2 points, so
Get you back up.
I just want to get back up there.
Good to know. You patch yourself up a little bit. Ghost, Morisco, Bones, you guys up to anything now that you have this information in hand?
Both has been healing Morisco and also went over to Boss to heal him up a little bit.
Yeah.
Wiping the blood off. Okay, so what's now? He is a vampire. Is this our problem? Is this not our problem? Do we go for the Espinados? Do we trust the information he gave us? Do we go to the factory?
Of course we don't trust the information, but also, if the Espinados are a fall for him, then maybe we just pit them against each other. Obviously, the Espinados are not good people. They killed everyone on that train and kidnapped Marble's brothers. They need to go down as well, but perhaps we can just convince them that we'll help them take down the sheriff and then have them fight amongst themselves.
Maybe.
Finish the scraps.
I am still not 100% sure what is actually happening here. I'm piecing things together. That Mick has some degree of control over this. Vanguard, at least, has some control over this area. I'm not so convinced that all 3 of these factions are not fingers of the same hand. And I think that they may be trying to get rid of us. I would like other input here because I'm just one man and I'm not that smart. My gut says that an innocent, normal worker saw something weird happen at the factory a couple of days ago, and it is right here. It is 40 minutes on horseback. My instinct is that we should go look at the factory, scout it, not necessarily go into it, and then if we don't find anything useful there, we travel north to go check out Los Espanados at their hangout.
Possibly. I'll pop into Specs' vision, see where he's at.
Yeah, you pop into Specs' vision, and the amount of time that has passed, you hear the distant, actually probably Morisco and Bones hear it first with your super heightened senses. You hear the distant whistling of and chugging of train. You know, the next tram is pulling up. It'll be here soon. Ghost, you quickly roll your eyes back into your head, and then they're replaced by Specs' eyes, and somewhere 15 miles away, Specs' eyes are replaced by yours, and you look through Specs' senses, and I will tell you what you see when we return from our break, which we're going to take really quick. So we'll be right back in 30 seconds. See you shortly. Bye-bye. And welcome back, everybody. We left off as you guys had discovered Bill Statler, the sheriff of Blackwood, to be a vampire. And we're discussing what, if anything, to do about that information. At the moment, standing around the sheriff's office deciding how to proceed, whether to continue to Whisker Bush in search of the Espanados, possibly try to turn them all against each other, or proceed on to the factory. And in order to suss out how you wish to proceed with that information, Ghosts, you close your eyes for a moment, open them once again, and you are no longer in your body. You are in the body of Specs, out in the vast dark of the Toulouscan outback. It is just pitch black beyond the range of dark vision. Maybe not pitch black, there's bright moonlight at least and starlight, but a dark evening, dark night sky. And before Specs, as he stands on like a little ridge overlooking, is what looks honestly almost like a town, more so than just a factory. It looks against the backdrop of the black countryside like a fortress almost. There are like street lights lighting short little streets, and what amounts to almost a village, sort of. Basically, the train tracks approach another short little station. I mean, station isn't too fancy of a word. It's just a little, like, stand, essentially, like a little platform. And then that platform connects to a barbed wire fence that encircles a area of about a square mile. And inside of that square mile barbed wire fence, there is a small little village of just housing for workers. There's just little, cookie cutter buildings of apartments with streetlights running through them, sidewalks. Again, not a hint of artistry here, just, workers housing surrounding the factory. The factory itself sits at the middle. It is an enormous building with a couple of big smokestacks. At the moment, they're not pluming out any black and green ether smoke or ether emissions because the facility presumably is not producing anything at this moment. It is a tall, brutal gray and black building sitting in the middle of this little village, which itself is surrounded by barbed wire fencing. At the moment, there's no train here at this platform. First glance, Specs just sees one entrance, at least one, approved designated entrance, which is like a gate that can be opened up that has like a guard standing outside of it. Like an armed police officer looking guy, though not in, he's wearing like Vanguard colors. And that's what he sees. Specs stands on a ridge overlooking the compound that is the Vanguard factory.
Cool. Then, I guess he'll continue to follow instructions. He'll dig under the sand and try and enter the facility.
Okay. what he does when he approaches the factory is begin to burrow in the sand and wait there for an hour. So that's what he does. He just burrows down into the sand and waits for an hour. So you watch Specs dig down into the ground and just sort of hunker down and close his eyes for a moment. I mean, he doesn't close his eyes, but rest his little tired legs from walking 2 straight miles in the dark, and wait for an hour. So I assume you come back to your senses while he waits for that hour.
Yeah. Basically, I'm checking in every hour so that he can kind of like signal to me what he's found in the meantime.
That makes perfect sense.
So
Okay,
if he's burrowed, I know that he's at the factory.
perfect. Neo, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to pick up the conversation from before Ghost left.
Yep. So you watch Ghost briefly, like his eyes transform into the eyes of Specs, and then they kind of flip back to their normal Ghost eyes, and you guys can return to your conversation now.
I feel like there are only 2 options here. Either the vampire is controlling everyone in the town with his vampire magic, or maybe all 3 of them are in on it. Then they act like they are at odds because that is the best way to make it seem like you are at odds. Right. I agree with you both. I think that there's something going on here.
Certainly. The big question is just where we want to go next. And I look to Ghost to see his thoughts.
Well, Specs has reached the facility. I'll check again in an hour, and hopefully he will have some further information for me.
If they are all in on it, then the bounty might lead to a dead end or a trap of some kind.
An hour from now, we could be there, yes?
Not quite, unless we took the train, but several of you made a very bad impression.
Yes, I know that you are so right. So maybe 2 hours from now, we can be there with your aunts.
It's also the middle of the night, so I think it may be best for us to take a break, find a place that is going to be safe from a vampire, and rest for the evening, and then set out when we know that Sheriff Bill at least won't be a problem.
Well, we just need a door because we have to invite him in, yes? He can't come in otherwise.
It's sort of an abstract thing. There could be speculation that he, as the sheriff, owns the entire town, so anything here would be his property. And
or you can make it
if he's been invited previously, that sort of thing.
Right, and then could a thrall technically, like, go in and open the door and be like, oh, you can come in now?
Right. Frankly, it's a bullshit and only a minor inconvenience sort of a stipulation.
What time of day is it?
You have hit about 7 p.m. Maybe not quite 7. It's approaching 7. You know that the shuttle to the factory that has just arrived will be the last one for the night.
I don't think we are going to take the shuttle, but it is also, if everybody wants to stop for the night, I will stop for the night. But the night is still young, and we have a missing persons case. I don't think that Marble's going to want to rest just yet, and frankly, if he does not, then I will go with him. Maybe we set up camp, halfway to the factory or something like that. But we should talk to the others and see what they think. I think it is a little early to be retiring.
Yes, I agree.
It's about this time that you guys see Cadence walk out of the door, letting it kind of slam behind her, stepping out. Cadence, you walk over to Boss, it looks like.
Yeah, I just sit down next to you. You smoke?
I've done it before, yes.
You have anything on you?
I believe I do have a pouch of tobacco from Harsaman. I can smoke with you. Yeah, so I'll pull out, I guess, let's say I have a little rock pipe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I just put a little Harsamani ganj. That's not ganj.
Some tobacco in there.
Tobaccers.
Yeah. Tobacco, Harsamani tobacco is, like many things from Harsaman, like prized. It's expensive to buy here because you have to import it, and it's a very high quality. Like many of the natural products of the earth in Harsaman, it is tended with the utmost care.
I do not have much, but you are welcome to.
Oh, thank you. I'll light it up.
Perfect. You guys start smoking tobacco pipe together.
How's the conversation you had with the sheriff?
As useless as everything else we've done so far.
I do not care for this place.
Damn girl, preach.
I do not very much care for this place.
I also don't care for this place.
I wish that we could leave and find something to do with ourselves, but I don't know if we have anywhere to go.
Look, I promise I'm not trying to waste your time.
It's okay. I mean, you are still making the moves to find your friend or Lucind or whatever you want to call her, and I told you I would be here till we found her. I also have some business with the rest of the party, and not going to lie, that touch from the ghost made me very uncomfortable. That feeling I'd never experienced before, and I did not care for it.
Yeah.
It felt its hand went through my shoulder, and it felt awe-inspiringly evil. And I did not care for this feeling. And I'm not going to lie, it kind of shook me a little bit.
It's just death. You'll walk it off.
I'll be fine, yes, but have you ever had a dead person's hand inside your shoulder?
Inside of it? No.
It's interesting. Not interesting, not like good interesting like most things. But with this being said, I've been watching, and with this, Zeke, I'd like to go ahead and roll a few things just to make sure I'm above board.
Okay.
So, Orlando was having that conversation with Marble. Marble had his back to the rest of us to make sure none of us could see him crying.
Right.
But I was watching, have been watching Lips for a while, sitting on this crate. Can I roll to see what? Actually, I don't have to roll. Do I should already?
Is it you just automatically you were picking
Can
up?
I roll
Orlando?
to see if I trusted what he was saying?
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah.
You may give me an insight check as well.
Oh, 26.
Much as I described to Marble,
Right.
You see, I mean, it's on in a weird way. It's a little bit easier to see it when you don't hear his voice, and when you kind of stop paying attention to his words and just watch his body language. It all is just. It's not badly done, but it's clearly fake. The entire way that he's speaking to Marble is performative, and you notice on that roll, you notice a few times him like quickly moving his eyes to other people around, over to Bones and Ghost and Risco, to you, even to Father Lars. He's not just out here shooting the shit with Marble. He's actively keeping an eye on what's happening out here, so he can tell people about it.
You probably also see that Marble is also playing it up. Like, you probably can't see what he's saying, but you see his body language. You're like, yeah.
True. Yes, I guess when you turn to just looking at body language more, you essentially see two people just like really aggressively bullshitting each other, essentially.
So I say that to you. While you were inside, I was watching this Orlando, and don't know what Marble was trying to say, but he's clearly lying about everything. I can see this on him and in his language, his body.
The deputy?
The deputy, yes. Anything strike you odd about the sheriff in particular?
Well, I got a mental message from Ghost that he's probably a vampire.
Is this so?
It certainly seems like it. He's for sure lying to us. I don't trust this lead to go find the Espinados more further than I can throw it. It's almost certainly a trap.
Sending us far east.
Yeah, completely out of the wrong direction. Completely away from where we need to go. It would shock me to my core if they weren't on some level.
I had the same thought. And did not he mention that if we needed horses to travel east, they could help provide?
Yeah.
Why
that
don't we take those, go east, and then just cut north and go around? The free horses are free horses. And also, we won't have to wait on Ghost to provide ants over and over, which is a nice offer, but it's not readily available if we need to leave.
Yeah.
Okay. Seems smart to me. We should probably regroup. I'm more concerned. If this guy is a vampire, there's no reason he can't take out 5, bandits in the desert. Why hasn't he done it yet?
He's not looking to, I don't believe.
No, I don't think so either. So he's not sending us to deal with the bandits. So I don't know what is out there at that old mining town, but it's not the bandits.
I kind of do want to see this old town.
I mean, it would be like a fun little detour.
After, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to go see. As a man who grew up in a mining area, I'd like to see how the rest of the world does it.
I'm sure it's not as good as you guys.
I'm sure it's not. Hands the pipe back.
At this point, I think the last thing that was said by Bones was we need to go talk to everybody else, and Marble has walked over to you as well, so I'm going to say that you guys kind of all regroup.
You see his eyes are puffy.
Yeah.
Actually, before we do that, last thing I want to say. Actually, no, yeah, fuck it. Go ahead. We'll come back to this. Go ahead.
Yeah, Boss brings a good point. He did tell you, if you guys need horses and get out there, we'll loan them to you. So, there's a world where you just take his horses and fucking leave with his horses instead of making your own ants.
Okay. What are we doing?
I like the idea of taking horses.
Take the horses and then check out the factory.
Sorry, before we start talking, can I just pause to the... Yes, can we leave? Like,
Yeah, somewhere else besides
Yeah,
Okay,
that's-
okay.
Yeah.
For the moment, you just walk a little bit down the street so that you're not literally talking out front of the sheriff's office.
Okay.
Totally fine.
Thanks.
Good call. And
Yeah.
yes, As you step away, Orlando Merrill just kind of tips his hat and says, well, y'all let us know if you're
Yeah.
going to take us up on the job.
I want to do something. I want to kind of keep an eye to see that if he goes under to see if he looks for that jawbone. I want to see if he's like worried that we're going to come back for it.
He makes no move to go anywhere right now. As you guys walk away, he stays where he is. If you want to like keep watching from down the street to see what he does, you can do that.
Yeah, well, actually, here's what I'm gonna do. When we pass on the corner, I'm going because it was the latest one that I made. I'm just gonna keep making more copies of the tickets
Okay.
to like make it so that that rock becomes nothing again.
Got it.
That way, if I see him looking, he's going to be looking for nothing, and we'll see him failing to find something.
I like it.
Cute.
You guys make your way just down the street a little bit, kind of a little more like out front of the saloon-ish. This Revenant is gone now. You guys enjoyed this. The one Revenant still with us.
So this also was never sent in front of boss because boss was not there for the conversations. But the Shiga, the factory manager, is what we learned above table here.
Yeah,
and some of you guys
correct,
learned the
yes.
character. Is it safe to assume that this has now been shared with boss?
Yeah, I assume that Bones catches up everybody on what he learned from the scene in the bar and at the train station.
And I'll catch people up on how this guy's a fucking liar.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless anyone wants to
to make that
characterize
connection.
their debrief in a specific way, we'll assume you guys
Share
download all
all
the
the
information. You all
Got it.
are on the same page about all the above table information.
Okay, so at this point we have two leads. One of them is kind of a shaky lead that something weird happened at the factory and that some sort of dangerous person was seen there a couple days ago by an employee. The other is that we know where the bandit camp is, but maybe it's a mislead because they could be working together or maybe they don't. It's hard to say.
I mean, regardless of where they are, someone is either going to go to or from. They're going to bring them to the factory.
That's my thought too. And we're closer to the factory. We're an hour away. We can be there in an hour, and frankly, I think we should do that.
We're closer to the factory, and they've been dealing, air quotes, with the bandits for years now.
Right.
Surely somebody would have caught them at this point if they had any sort of made any sort of genuine effort to stop them.
Yes.
Just place a little bit more information for your decision making. I said this earlier, but it was quick, so it might have been missed. But just so you know the time, constraints here. Bill said that if you got on horses and headed out to Whiskerbush, it would be like a 1 to 2 day ride.
Right, yeah,
So
yeah.
you are, as mentioned, you're much closer to the
That's
factory.
right. Exactly. That's Bones' point too.
Did Specs learn anything?
Yes, he just reached the factory. If we find a place to lay low just for the evening, I think by morning he should have plenty of information for us.
Yeah.
That is up to the rest of you. If all of you are ready to turn in for the night, I'll do it, but I don't see any reason to wait for the morning. It is only 7:15. I do appreciate it, though. I know that sleep is a foreign concept to you. I appreciate you looking out for us, but we can easily push another 4 hours or so before we even start to have problems.
Can I ask him?
I suppose my point is that the difference here is for you all whether or not you want to sleep in a building or in the desert with snakes and scorpions.
Certainly not a building.
I
in
would
this
take
town.
scorpions over the vampire potentially coming to see me while I am asleep.
Yeah.
I have tints.
Do we have a way to hide our tracks?
I can at least use pass without trace to get us from job.
Will it be inconvenient?
No, I have it. We use for up to 1 hour.
Yeah, get an hour out of town.
I'd like to
Without tracks.
I'd like to put some tracks heading east, and then use it so they at least get maybe 5-10 minutes out of town before they realize they lose the track.
Very wise.
So it sounds like the plan is to head out of town, make it look like you're going east after Whiskerbush, and then take a wide berth and turn back towards the
And
factory.
put some heat on the horses and move quickly north.
So this plan begins with getting horses. You're going to go back to Sheriff Bill and ask for horses.
Some boss will not.
Right.
Someone.
I'll go back because I have things I want to do
All right, so Cadence, you're heading back to the Sheriff's office for the moment.
with whoever wants.
With
to,
whoever
I
else
guess.
wants. Anyone's going with Cadence.
Somebody.
I'll go.
Ghost and Cadence are heading to the Sheriff's office. Got it. The two of you head back to the Sheriff's office. So you guys walk into the Sheriff's office. Sheriff Bill's there, hat on his hat rack, writing up a little report in front of him about what happened out here, the death of this townsfolk. Out front, the Orlando Merrill is helping the priest sort of wrap this body in cloth and prepare it to be interned. You step in. He says, "Well, what's the verdict? You all interested in the job?"
We are definitely interested. We heard there were possibly horses we could borrow.
Yeah, I believe that could be arranged. Here you go. And he writes a quick letter to the stable master, basically saying to give you guys 7 horses, and they'll be returned by X date. And so he signs the bottom of it. Straightforward enough. He says, "Now, if any of these horses don't come back, it's going to come out of the bounty."
Oh, of course.
Of course.
All right, then. He passes it across to you.
I'm so sorry. Is there a restroom in here?
Sure isn't. You gotta go across the street to the general store.
Are you just fucking with me because you don't like me because I'm an out-of-towner?
Does it matter?
It kind of does. I need to go.
He smiles at you. Says, "I'm not messing around with you. You gotta go across the street. General store.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you just point the building out to me?
Across the street." He looks out the window, looking across the street. That has
looks
a
out
big
the
built sign that says general
So when
store.
he looks out the window, I'm going to try to look the other way. Is there a safe in this room?
Give me a well, you already did your perception check on this room. No, you don't see a safe anywhere. You see a couple doors that lead to presumably other rooms, closets,
Right.
whatever.
All right, well, have a good day or whatever the fuck you call it. I'll leave.
He just shakes his head as she walks out the door.
Apologies, Sheriff. We've all had a very long couple of weeks.
Best of luck with the Espinados. I hope you do better than anyone else has in the past.
I think we will.
The guy tips his head towards you. You step out the door. Cadence, you step out of the street and, find a bathroom at the general store.
I obviously don't need a bathroom.
I'm just kidding. You do head outside and realize that you don't know where the stables are. Orlando says, "I'll lead you over there." Takes you over to the stables, kind of around the side of town, where the stable master said, "I'm not going to play out a whole scene here." He gives you 7 horses. He seems a little apprehensive about giving 7 horses out without being like I said earlier, he expects to get money and then he'll return you most of it when you bring the horses back. But the sheriff is, told him to give you guys horses. He gives you guys horses. So you guys have 7 horses now. So you can kind of lead through the main street of Blackwood back to your friends.
Oh. They're just horses.
They're just horses. I don't know what you're expecting, but they are just horses.
Oh, they're just horses.
I don't know. I thought you might get weird with it.
Oh, yeah.
You just made us fight a fucking vulture bear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't. I shouldn't discount your thought that I would have done something weird. But I'm just trying to hold the Wild West aesthetic here. So they're just horses. They're classic Wild West.
That's
horses.
fair.
They're
just kind of hoping that we might get an X-Beak or a Chocobo or
I
something.
get that, and that would have been cooler, but I can't backtrack it now. So here we are.
No, you're right.
Just horses.
Just plain old horses. You guys can each decide how your own horse looks.
They all look identical.
I know they're tokens on it.
Mine has its.
They're septuplets.
You can't see because it has its main. It's just.
Yeah, big giant mane that keeps blowing about.
2 extra legs, gold-plated armor, gold teeth.
And so I do quit this campaign.
Just one gold. Speed on a horse.
I think the Revenant is gone now. And it's about this time as you guys return to the horses that you do see the tram back to the factory is leaving once
Does
again.
Patches' horse have a bomb on it, and if it goes too slow, it'll fly?
Yes, it does. Which it only does because he's currently strapping a bomb onto it.
This is gonna be a good script.
If we stop, I swear I'll kill all of us. I'm so sick of this. Incredible. With that, you guys are heading out east to begin with, and then
Northeast slightly.
turning
right?
up north and
Hey, Marvel.
wheeling back around.
How quickly do you think you could crack a safe?
When you say crack, you mean break it?
Whatever works. I want my 750 marks.
Oh.
And he's not going to
We'll
be here during the
definitely
daylight.
get it on the way back when we have to kill him inevitably.
He's not going to be here during the daylight. I'm going to walk into that room. I'm going to shoot Orlando in the head, and I'm going to take his money.
Marvel
Cadence.
goes into he goes to say, going to be wait, and then he just doesn't say.
Boss goes, why don't we put a pin in this one? We will be back soon.
That is a good fox head, by the way.
Morisco, calm down.
Marisco, he
What? He's pretty.
He's a
Calm down.
he's a
Maybe that he can do
fucking
fixed.
liar.
Do you think maybe he can be fixed? That he's just like swept up in all of this?
No.
perhaps?
I was gonna say, you're not gonna have to shoot him. You're gonna hold the vampire over his head and he's gonna cave.
Literally?
I mean, I don't think he's gonna turn into a cave, but...
No, you would hold the vampire over his head.
Oh, no, because it'll be daylight, so the vampire won't make it, but...
Hey, how do we get on the horses and start riding east?
All right.
I assume this is on. Oh, yeah.
The question that I have,
He will cave in. He will just kind of go up. And
there was discussion of pass without trace. Are you doing that like now as you leave town? Or are you
No,
doing
no,
it? Are you doing it not at all?
I
Or-
want to head like 10 minutes east,
Yeah.
like normal pacing. You know what I mean? Like,
right, and then cast it and turn around.
cast it, head north.
Great.
GTFO.
Yeah, so no checks required. You guys ride out of town, get about 10 minutes outside of town, where town can no longer be seen behind you. Boss, you cast a pass without trace spell.
I think we've already said, like, we're going to, once we turn north, we're going to do this with some haste.
Yeah,
Like, let's put some distance between us and that 10 minutes.
makes sense.
Should we race?
It seems unnecessarily.
Dangerous business nighttime, I know.
The stream misses out on so many good marble faces.
But yes,
Unnecessarily reckless at this hour.
it does
Oh yeah,
bear.
100%. That was mostly me as a player being like, I want to roll some dice about this and destroy you guys.
It does bear noting that you guys are in like uneven terrain in the dark of night, trying to ride horses, and I think probably like
Actually, I can produce 4 different lights that we can use.
that helps. That
That
helps.
will help us run.
Perfect.
We can either.
I always have my lantern.
That helps as well. And then
I have my staff.
Got my dagger.
cool. There are not checks to just ride horses across the outback. You guys can just do that. But to navigate, there are some checks. Those checks, despite the radius of light you're providing around yourself, that doesn't really help you with like long distance navigation. So what I do need is a survival check from somebody. Whoever's leading the way, they can do it with advantage because they have help from somebody else.
23 and 7. 23.
23 is brilliant, and all you're trying to do is go like approximately west. The hardest part of it is finding, after you've circled back around the train tracks off in the distance, you can just follow those in the distance.
Let's flavor it in that I'm still using my little lens as
Yeah,
we're on the horse. And
totally.
I can see on the horizon different variations. And
Totally. Yep. So with you leading the pack on your horse, Boss, I think it's been quite a while since you've rode a horse. Arsaman is like legendary for their horses. These are like a little smaller and a little bit less pristine than the one, not a little, a lot less pristine than the ones that you're used to. But it's been a while since you've rode a horse.
it still feels good, I think, to be back on top of a steed. I don't know, I think there's a lot of pride that's going through Boss right now. Like, also
Yeah.
lead this pack through the wilderness. Like, feels good. It feels good.
Hell yeah.
And also to know that, like, I'm going the right direction feels good, too. So,
Absolutely. I assume. Well, I don't know. I was about to say that most of you have never ridden a horse, but it's only 1904, and most of you are in your like 30s. So at some point, most of you have probably ridden horses, surely.
Yeah.
Even
I was saying, I
Cadence
don't know
probably.
what I would
Like
have, but
when you were, 17 or 20 in Daybreak City, there weren't automobiles yet. You were either in a carriage or on a horse. You probably more on
Yeah.
carriages.
I probably
than
rode
horses.
one
Horses still
of
poorly?
my family's farm or something.
sure.
Just because,
Yeah, definitely horses. in
because
the
we
Kuko.
definitely have to
was
race.
employed by them.
Did they have short horses? I don't know if I can get on the full-sized one.
Patches, however, has never been on a horse.
Does he,
At least in this iteration of Patches.
does he need
this
to,
universe.
does he need to ride like side saddle?
No, he's totally
Someone?
fine.
Like a little
He's
sidecar?
absolutely killing it. Let's find
Is
out if
he?
that's true.
Let's see some dice about
Ooh,
that.
Nat 17.
He has
He's
seen,
absolutely killing
he has seen a horse movie.
Right.
It's like, you guys think that you're cool. You've never even seen a Western.
You've never seen a
Pretty soon in this world, you'll start to see kinds of movies called Westerns, okay? Everything that we're doing right now, it's very, very derivative.
his favorite movie is Secretariat. Turns out.
And by the end of, let's see here, about an hour or so, you guys can see off on the distant horizon the lights of the factory, still a ways away. By this time it's, approaching 9 p.m. or so. And yeah, you guys are, within range to see the factory off in the distance. Bones and Morisco, you have the kind of pleasant experience of coming down over the course of about an hour while riding on horseback through the wilderness. Not a bad way to come down from a candy trip. So by the end of this ride, you are sort of back to your normal sort of senses and sobriety. Go ahead, Marble.
Okay. I'm looking at Ghost's message in the chat. After an hour, his Specs is going to go out and see if he can find certain things.
Yep. So at this point, Ghost, you know that based on the timeline you gave to Specs, he should be working on the thing that he has been working on. So if you want to check on him or not, that's up to you.
Yeah, every hour I check in on him.
Outstanding. So you know it's about time for your check-in. Probably would have been time for it a little, maybe 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, like mid-ride or whatever.
Yep, makes sense. Okay, so we're going to cut to Specs for a second. He comes out of the burrow, approaches the factory. So let's start with the step where he approaches the factory. So Specs comes out of his little burrow that he's made and is attempting to approach the factory. The first barrier is a chain link gate or a barbed wire fence, but I don't think that is going to stop him. He's a little burrowy worm guy.
He burrows right under it.
It burrows right under that. That's not a real problem for him. There's no one's going to shoot on sight in the middle of the night a worm. So he crawls underneath, and he begins sort of just crawling his way through this little, a mini village of housing for employees towards this factory, and approaches the factory itself. What he sees as he approaches, again, it's this tall, black and gray kind of brutal building with three big smokestacks out of the ceiling that are not currently blowing any smoke out of them. He approaches sorry, go ahead.
Do I pop into his sight while he's doing this?
That's up to you. I assume so. If you check in at about an hour, then yes.
Perfect. Then I am going to leave his sight very briefly. I'm going to toss the reins to whoever is next to me and have them just lead my horse, and I'm going to just strap myself to it and stay in his vision for a while.
You kind of have to slow down a little bit now that Ghost is just kind of wobbling back and forth. And Ghost, you go back to your senses so you can just follow and watch what Specs does. Specs sees a big building that has, at the moment, just one. Let's see here. Approach to the factory. Prior to us staying out of sight. Go ahead and give me a stealth check for Specs. There's kind of look like a pretty high floor for how bad this can go. Because, he's a little guy, little worm hiding in the dark.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's going to stay burrowed for as much of it as he can.
That's true. He can absolutely just burrow underground. But so go ahead and roll. Okay, great.
Yeah. 13.
Perfect. Once he gets to where he gets close enough from across the street, and I say street, it's more like a sidewalk, that he can see that the front door is right here, and that it is guarded by a man in a security outfit. And then, to perfectly make sure that he avoids that guy's detection, even if there was any chance of him being seen, he starts burrowing and kind of just burrows around the building and cases the whole thing. Goes around to the sides of it. He can see that there is a power line that comes out of the side of the building. That goes over to some of these just housing units for employees. You can see on this side of the building, up on the second floor, there are a couple of windows. He goes around, he again just keeps popping his head up, kind of like a mole, every once in a while to see what he can see. Going around the back of the building, he can see that there is what looks like essentially a fire escape that leads up to the second floor. Which likewise has a guard posted at it, standing just kind of keeping watch. And that beyond that, there is another just first floor entrance here. Specs pops his head out kind of close to this door, just close enough with a stealth check that he isn't seen, but that he can read. There is a placard on the door with big, bold, red text written in 3 different languages. Golden, Solar, and Rush, which says, "Extreme danger, no trespassing, violators will be killed on sight. This facility contains hazardous arcanotech that poses extreme and fatal danger to the untrained. The facility's security apparatus is configured to kill intruders without exception. Trespassers will be executed without warning, without questioning, and without discretion." So he sees that, a brutal warning on the outside of the door. And does one more pass around just to make sure he's done the full perimeter, and that's the perimeter of the building that he sees from outside.
As he's burrowed, does he happen to like go up against the like foundation of the building? Can he tell if there's like a basement?
Let me read his directions here.
He's just
Wait
kind of
there for
searching at this point, so...
Yeah, okay. Approach the factory, stay out of sight, and search. So everything else on his list is to search. I think it seems reasonable that he would, as part of searching, check and see if it seems like there is a basement to this place.
Yeah, or like a basement entrance, and more importantly, like,
Right.
are there grated windows at the bottom? Does it seem like it's got that
Right.
basement window thing?
No check required. That would just be something he would see passively. No. It just goes down solidly into foundation.
Perfect.
And then, let's see here. Okay, so once he's done the perimeter and kind of scouted, his goal is to prioritize staying out of sight and search for Vanera and the twins and for a group of cactus people. He sees no sign of any of those people outside. I think his obvious answer is that he needs to get inside somehow. He doesn't have, I presume, any kind of like climb speed or anything.
No, he just has a burrow speed and a walking speed.
Okay. I think the first thing he probably does is like burrow underneath the building and kind of see if there's a way that he can get up from underneath inside of it. But he doesn't find any purchase through that avenue. It seems like it's sitting on a foundation, so there's not like not a way to get in from underneath. So his ways into
Does he think that he could get up on the power cables?
He could try. He goes
Like, he's a little snaky boy. He could just like wrap himself around those.
Yeah, for sure. He goes over and checks that side. It comes out of the first floor of the building, out of like a utility box in the side of the building that he could easily get to. Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like maybe higher up.
No, it's at like ground floor. Whatever. Surprisingly enough, it's a little hard to tell the verticality here. From the building, it actually goes up to the top of this like pole, and then to all these.
Gotcha.
Things. Yeah. He checks out that wire, and it enters essentially like a utility box, and he can kind of pop that open and see that it goes through, an opening just big enough for a wire in the wall, but not big enough for him to fit through. Let's see. So his options are doors or second floor windows. I don't think he's got a way to get to a second floor window. He's got...
Not unless there's something that he can climb up or something.
Say, kind of by design, not. The only way up to the second floor is this staircase that leads up to an entrance, but there's a guy posted right there, and, even as little as he is, and on 13 stealth check, he's going to be seen climbing upstairs one step at a time. Right. People in this world do know what a familiar is, or at least those in the know do. I think he thinks better of trying to climb up right in the face of the security guard to get inside. This is the only unguarded door, and that security guard does seem to be looking at it. Here's what I'll say: the first directive he has is prioritize staying out of sight. I think he's having trouble finding a way in here that is not going to end up with him being seen. There's also literally the door problem, which we encountered in Hallowhive. Getting in is going to involve opening a door, which he, he's not
struggles with
by default.
Yeah.
So I think what he does is it's probably been close to an hour anyway. In order to prioritize staying out of sight, he just burrows into the ground again, kind of near this door, and waits again. Which means that Ghost, now that you're kind of watching him, he crawls down. He doesn't make any of the markings to tell you that he's found anything. He just burrows.
Right. In that case, I think the next time he pops out, unless guards have changed or something, he might try and examine some of the other buildings, see if there's any other means of entrance, or try and listen in on conversations to hear see if he can hear Vanera or
Okay.
the twins or any of those names being spoken.
Lovely. That makes sense. We'll cut back to the rest of your party. You kind of come back to your senses for a moment. And you guys...
And I will fill them in on the warning on that building and just feel like that's extreme, right? That was excessive.
Yes. Did you? Are you telling us about like the power lines and everything else too?
Yeah, I'll give you a full description of what I saw.
It does seem a bit extreme, but rational.
I was going to say, obligatory question, does that seem extreme? Like, these are the 1900s and that's dangerous technology. Have I worked in a factory that had that kind of warning?
Remind me of your backstory. You didn't work for Vanguard you did.
I did.
You did.
I did.
Yes, you've seen warnings just like this.
Okay.
It is extreme, but you know it's not untrue.
Do you know what's in those rooms?
The building's going to be full of military technology.
Okay. So I should clarify. Is that warning there to keep people out because there are secrets or because they'll die if they enter the room?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Got
Yes.
Only above.
What you know, Bones, based on your time working in a Vanguard factory in Rikovo, they put these very extreme warnings. One, the main goal to deter people from coming in. The reasons for deterring people to come in are twofold. One, there are sensitive military secrets being crafted here, and they don't want people to know them. Two, because of item number one, they have extremely dangerous security protocols put in place.
That's like this facility's security system will kill you basically, something like that.
I think you don't know for sure if that is true or intimidation.
Gotcha.
Or if there is some automated security that's going to automatically kill people.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Right. It would not surprise you one bit.
So, no, I worked at a facility very much like this for Vanguard. I've seen placards just like this. That building will contain two things. It will contain their most secrets, and it will contain a lot of very dangerous equipment that really could kill you for sure.
Yeah, and probably the parts that I need.
Probably, yes.
What's about the idea of disabling the power lines?
That will help with some things. There are some machines that become more dangerous if they lose power suddenly. A boiler would be a problem. Any sort of heating interface would be a problem. Any sort of cooling interface would be a problem. We need to, if we're going to do that, we need to expect chaos to unfold.
I believe that is what I'm expecting. If we were to...
Well, what I mean is that there may be hostages inside of that.
Understood.
Yeah, okay.
Also, though, it might be just people trying to make a living.
Of course, I'm just spitballing. Is that how you say? What's ball spitting?
Yes,
Is it
ball
Spitting on balls?
Yes, that's it. Yes,
ball spitting. Yes.
ball spitting. Thank you.
Patches,
I'm just ball
Patches scratches something out on his manuscript.
Yes, sorry, I was just ball spitting.
Yeah. So the point is, if we are ready to blow the place up, cutting power is a decent way to cause a lot of chaos very quickly. Depending on what's in there, it could do nothing. But we should not do that until we know what is in there and if we need to get twins out, potentially.
Understood.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if we're going there to hand over your engine,
Well, I guess she wasn't there for that. Well, if it's for weapons factory, I don't know.
are we? That's fine. Are we not going over to hand over your engine? We're trying to prison break your brothers.
And maybe
You have
steal.
about an hour to find out. So
Well, that's my plan. Maybe even steal.
That lands me at my next question. You guys are another 15 minutes away from the factory now, kind of overlooking it from the dark of the wilderness. Are you guys continuing? Are you resting? There's talk of rest. Are you going to try to get there?
It's what, 8:39?
It's about 9 o'clock almost.
I think we keep going.
I will say what you do know, Bones, is that overnight, based on what Ghost has described via specs, it seems like it's not operational right now. There's no people working there. If you want to get there while there's nobody there, you're probably going to have to do it in the middle of the night.
That's what I'm saying. Our regular bedtime isn't for another 2 hours.
Yeah, I think we should.
So you guys are pressing on?
Yeah.
I think
So before we get there, we just stop about 2 miles out, just to give me a minute, just a minute, just to do a little bit of.
Sure.
I want to do some security. Is there a fence? I know there's a fence, but that's what now. Boss is trying to find where are the security guards posted. Blah blah blah.
At the point that you can see this place on the horizon is probably about 2 miles anyway. So you kind of get you might have to get a little bit closer than that. You ride a little bit more, get to where to where you're within 2
Lights
miles.
out to everyone.
Look through your lens, and what you can see is largely what I just showed Ghost, except in less detail, obviously. So yeah, I mean, you see a facility surrounded by a barbed wire fence that's about a square mile, factory in the middle, housing around it.
Are there like posted guards with like snipers?
You don't see posted
it doesn't
guards.
look like a prison complex.
The factory that, as you saw, there were 2 guards there. They're armed. They have guns. There is a guard out front of the whole thing, like outside of the barbed wire, that also is armed.
There's not like vehicles patrolling. Like it doesn't seem like a military complex. I guess is what I'm going for.
No, there's certainly not.
It's
enough,
not like a base or a fort.
No. It doesn't seem to actually be a military fort. It seems like the amount that it is secured with all these guards and this barbed wire is certainly excessive for just like a manufacturing place, but they're manufacturing military stuff, so it's pseudo-military. We'll put it that way. So yeah, I mean, there are armed guards.
I'm just not seeing them posted on like 5 corners and patrolling jeeps or whatever.
Right. Go ahead, Bones.
While he stops to do the telescope thing, I pull out the pistol. I'm going to do my ritual early tonight.
Lovely. Nobody within 5 miles.
Okay. Boss, would you like to sleep with me?
Oh, direct.
Excuse me.
So direct.
It's like sleep
Lampily.
or like
So,
sleep or
what do you mean? Is there a different form of sleep?
I am flattered. I have do you mean like physical congress?
What? Goodness, no.
Oh,
No.
you don't sleep though. I'm so confused.
Right. Sorry. I have a spell now that will let me sleep, and I haven't done it before, and I can. Oh God.
No, it's okay. Why would you want to sleep?
Well, I think that it may help me recharge, and also, frankly, I've just been kind of curious. I probably haven't slept since maybe I was a grub, and I was just.
Sleep is a very nice thing. Yes, I would sleep beside you. Does this make you feel? Are you happy with this? Does this make you feel safe?
Yes, I think so. Does anybody else want to join us?
Sigh.
I'm good on me.
I actually could use mana. If it's going to waste, I'll take it.
I mean,
I could use mana.
Marmar.
I really can use mana.
So boss, ghost.
Yeah, so is this a scenario where it is going to waste if you don't use it? Like, what's going on?
No, not waste. I just I could use a top off on mana before we, storm a facility potentially, and if anybody else needs a top up on their resources,
I absolutely
we should do it now.
I was going to say, I could use it. I used a lot of things that I would get back with sleep.
I need a lot
Alright.
of mana.
He could use a top off if you wanted to sleep with it.
Yeah,
I'm
if you
not,
want to sleep.
su-
He can get a top off right now.
I'm not sure what this means.
Ghost, before this goes any further, tell me about this magic.
Literally, it's just cat.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Literally,
Fascinating.
bug
You
nav.
cast this spell on yourself and on Boss and on Bones. Or was it on Marisco? Either way, you cast it on whoever you cast it on.
Yeah, Marisco needs it. He should take it before me.
I don't need a ton. I guess I could take some mana, but how much mana?
I can also cast it twice if we want.
If we're going to do that, we can get everybody, right?
I don't
Everybody
need it
except for one person.
Well,
You
I
can
would
leave
say
Cadence
leave me
out.
out.
There
yeah.
you go. Leave Cadence out. Yeah.
So everyone gets this little cat and plays Cadence. Cadence, you kind of stand there with the horses and watch as Ghost casts this spell, and just around them, there's like the fractal green of a zenith that sort of washes over them. The 6 of you all sort of like drift into unconsciousness and sort of fall into a powerful deep sleep that only lasts for about 10 minutes, but wake up with the feelings of a short rest and the benefits of a short rest.
What a dream come true this spell
The benefits
is.
of short rest will also be like getting some tabaxi dashes back.
Absolutely, every bit. Just the only thing that wouldn't happen is like your items don't recharge, but your any character, features, whatever you get.
So, does that mean I could re-prepare a spell?
That helps so much.
Yes.
That was quite pleasant, Ghost. Thank you. How was this for you?
Strange. It felt like death. How do you do this every night?
You just kind of accept that it might be death.
See, I tend to accept that I am going to wake up.
Am I wrong?
I think I just learned something about Seth, the person.
You're absolutely not wrong. Every time I close my eyes and let my brain go there, I just think to myself, all right.
Maybe.
All right.
This could be it.
This could be it.
Could be all right. Could be fine. Could be nice. Could be nice.
It could be okay.
Did I have a dream?
Did you have a dream?
I'm gonna leave
Did I dream?
I'm gonna leave that completely up to you, Go. So I mean, I'll tell you that
I
there's
dream?
nothing. There's nothing that I have in my lore or my notes that would preclude you from dreaming. You
You
may
did
dream
not
if you
dream.
wish to, but I'll let you decide if you dream or not.
Does Vanera dream to me?
I was gonna say, I've
No, Veneer does not dream to you.
Damn it.
Thanks for checking.
Well, this was a waste of a spell.
I don't agree. I got mana back a fair amount in that.
Yes, that worked quite well actually. I do think it's a little bit limited. We can only do it once in a while per person, but in this moment, this was well spent.
All right, you guys wake up from your little nap and your little mini zenith, and proceed onward towards the factory. Eventually, you get close enough. Again, you're under the cover of night, but you are, 7 people on 7 large horses. You eventually get to the point where if you're going to try to sneak up to the factory or something, you're gonna have to start getting off these horses and sneaking. I don't know what the manner of your approach is.
I think. I mean, outside of doing this all in conversation, I think the best idea if we discuss would be to let's put these horses somewhere very safe.
Yeah.
Now that I have this extra mana too, I can do Pass Without a Trace again, and we can get a lot closer.
Oh yeah,
It
yeah. So you
might
guys.
also be worth setting up just very quickly a bunch of empty tents so that if people passing by they see a campsite.
Yeah, I just think
and
you're
not just
camping.
7 horses.
That's probably very wise.
I'll set my tent up.
Yeah.
So you guys find somewhere to essentially tie up your 7 horses and set up essentially a fake campsite, so it just kind of looks like you're camping. Perfect. And then you do that maybe 2 miles away from the factory grounds,
Sounds good. Let's
around the same spot the boss is doing his lens.
Let's position this behind a mesa.
Makes sense. Get to find some cover.
Well, that way we can light a fire, a small fire,
Yeah. Makes
um,
sense.
and then put it out as well. So it's behind a mesa, but nobody from the factory would see this stuff.
Makes sense. So you guys are gonna sneak up to the sides of the factory. I assume you're not sneaking up to where the platform is and where the entry gate is. You're gonna try to come in through some other approach.
Yeah, let's get close before I cast pass, and
Okay.
we'll cast pass if needed.
Yeah, I'd say you can get within it's the dead of night. You can get within 500 feet before you need to start making stealth checks or potentially be seen.
Yep.
So you guys get to about 500 feet away from the facility, from the barbed wire fence that surrounds the compound.
It's been another hour since then. Wait, Ghost, you dropped Specs, is that correct?
Now Specs is still out there doing his thing. The next thing he was going to go do is
Check
try
for
to search the actual housing for clues. And either way, he wasn't
Pop
waiting.
in just in case. And
So you pop back into senses and see that it's about the time that he's come out and started looking around for Vanera, the twins, the cactuses, and prioritize not being seen. I think he's not finding a way to get into the facility itself. So in order to continue the next directive, which is searching for the twins and Vanera, he's going to do as you described and just kind of look around and see if he can find any other clues. Yeah, I guess he'll just go place to place, like you said, and try to listen for conversations or see if he happens to see some evidence of them. Give me perception for Specs or investigation. I presume perception is better. I assume neither are very good, but
perception, he's actually not terrible at, I say, as I'm about to roll a 2.
true.
There it is. Does that count as a cult? Is that a crit? Because I rolled it?
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Really, not
I
by
knew that was about to happen too. He said it so confidently.
Not by much fault of Specs, honestly. The problem is that Specs does what you said. He starts walking through the housing, trying to find clues about where these people are, listening for conversations and stuff. But he's walking through, the sidewalks between apartment complexes at nearly 10 p.m., and it's just closed doors inside which are apartments where people are sleeping. He just, he doesn't happen to, on a 7, catch somebody outside on their balcony having a conversation or anything like that. He just walks through sidewalks where people are sleeping inside of their apartments.
I'll hold off.
Okay. You kind of slap back to your senses, and Specs is just kind of wandering around for the moment. And we come back to you guys, poised about 500 feet outside of the chain link perimeter of the factory grounds, kind of skulking in the shadows still, just on the edge where the big floodlights over everything are illuminating the area. Not quite big floodlights, but they're lights, bright lights. And to get any closer, you're going to have to start making stealth checks if you wish to. Meaning that if you're going to do Pass Without Trace, now would be the time.
Are we ready?
I think we're ready.
What's the... Sorry, real quick. Trying to get a mental picture. The chain link fence goes around the entire situation.
Yes.
Is the train platform fenced in as well?
The platform is outside of the fence, and then it just like literally the platform steps up to the fence, and there's a gate, the actual entrance, like the proper entryway, where there's a guard posted.
Got it.
All right, so if you're casting Pass Without Trace, you can go spend that mana, and then everyone
Let's do it.
Everyone give me a stealth check, add +4.
I'm gonna suck some of the color out of the desert and give myself advantage.
Lovely.
Thank God.
Is it +4?
See.
Yeah. Patches got a 20.
Oh.
All right, so we got a 19 for Ghost. We've got a
23 with the +4.
Oh, right. So 23 for Ghost. We have 22 for Morisco. Patches got a 24.
Yeah, natural.
That's
Hell yeah.
29.
29 for Bones.
Yeah,
Nat 24
What,
total of.
Just +4?
+4 plus your stealth.
Oh, plus my stealth, yeah. So that's going to be 27.
27.
That one.
Nat 1. Incredible.
What is your nat 1? Yeah.
15.
15.
That's
Okay.
pretty
I mean,
good.
that one's
terrible.
only count for right.
It's a 25 with the.
Mine's 14, so mine's still lower
14.
than yours, and I
Cool.
rolled an 11.
There we go.
Incredible. All right. 14, 15 being the lowest rolls compared to a bunch of plus
Yeah, it's
20 plus rolls easily succeed on this sort of group check. You're still at this point in a group check environment, not an individual basis
And
environment.
for the record, because I rolled, I do not have my armor on because I'm trying to be stealthy.
Good to know. The nat 1 does count for 2 failures, but the nat 20 counts for 2 successes, and either way, you're way more successes than failures. So, without issue, you guys sneak up to the edge of the barbed wire fence. Again, the shadows that you sort of bring with you with this magic following you from the darkness of the outback. You guys approach a barbed wire fence. What is your next move?
I assume Bones will pull out thieves' tools, and he's going to quietly just cut a vertical curtain for us to go through.
Outstanding.
Just like so.
I don't think there's a check required for this. You already did the stealth part of it very well, and you're just cutting wire. That's easy peasy.
Yep.
You cut this barbed wire fence and sneak your way through, and now find yourselves, much as Specs is, you're probably not far from Specs, honestly, wandering, not necessarily wandering, but you made it inside the fence. You're now in this sort of like village of apartments, and in the middle of it is the factory.
Perfect.
I'm going to move us kind of in here. You guys are not quite this close yet. Move us into this map.
Before we fully enter, I'm going to cast a silent image, and I'm just going to have it in concentration. It's not forming anything, but just so that I can
Got it.
potentially move it silently.
I see what you're saying. Ghost, the benefit of your text terrible perception check, because of the way that I've described it, I'm going to lean into the flavor that I already gave it. The problem Specs has is that he walks through places where everybody's just asleep and there's nobody out on balconies. Using that to your advantage, you can just follow where you saw Specs go, where you know there's nobody out on balconies and everyone's in their apartments asleep, and sort of wind up at the same street that I am now actually putting you on the map, where you're approaching sort of from the east side now that you're inside.
Yeah, and I will tell everybody, like, guard on the right, up some stairs, guard on the left.
Got it.
2 doors, one on the back, one on the front.
Ghosts, you see, so stealthy, so sneaky. Specs is moving along the street. You see that he hops up and looks in this window, and his eyes get bright with excitement as someone inside has hung a hat on a rack inside of there. It's far too big for him. He'd fit inside of it like a boat.
His final priority.
It's much too big for him, but he sees it. But then he sees you.
In a minute, buddy. Come back here.
Get it over to him. Jumps up in your arms and gives you a snuggle.
Cool. I hug him.
All right, what's you guys' next move? Marble, you had a hand raise, sorry.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because Boss has a really good sense of smell.
Yes.
So I had some of Yo-Yo and Top's luggage. I'm going to pull out one of their stinky shirts so he can smell them, so he actually has their scent to see if he can help find them.
Good idea.
Our bloodhound walks around.
Yeah.
If you wish to, Boss, you can make a perception check to see if you smell them around right
Dude,
now.
I was also going to check for Kageyori.
Love it.
I can tell you which one's which.
Simmer down.
I was just offering.
23.
23. You don't smell the twins anywhere besides Marble's luggage. And 23, you don't smell Kageori's scent here either. You smell mostly...
No peppermint?
Yeah, you don't smell peppermint or ash. You smell mostly just like a faint sort of ozone smell, like before a storm, along with sort of like a foul sulfur smell. You're used to the smell from like being in Daybreak City, the powerful sort of smell of ether emission. It just lingers here, even though the factory's not currently running.
We're talking about 9:30 p.m.?
Yeah, maybe approaching 10, but
Okay.
9:30 or 10.
And now that we're in between like the bunkhouses,
Yeah.
there's no active food being cooked or anything like that while I'm here.
He might pick up sense of food, but
it seems like most people are kind of dying.
yeah, most people have gone to sleep at this point,
Yeah.
or at least winding down for the night. Bones, go ahead.
Okay, I didn't work in this facility. I worked in a similar one. Do I have an idea for how I could? Is there going to be an electronic security system? Can we just open a door? Do we just have to pick it?
Roll me a history check and apply your siege weapon lore.
17.
17. Certainly there's going to be some sort of security here. On a 17, you don't know exactly what kind of securities, but you would assume there's probably maybe some alarm spells going on. You would assume there probably are... You'd suspect certainly alarm spells. You'd expect, obviously, like, just the doors are probably locked. You remember at the factory in Rakovo, they would put arcane locks onto the doors, making them harder to break open artificially.
Sure.
On that note, though, would the guards have at this point some sort of like badge?
On a 17, you don't know for sure, but this stands to reason there must be some way to bypass these security measures.
Yeah. Whoever places the alarms will probably get a mental ping if we cross it. They probably have security pages on site somewhere overnight in like a guardhouse or something. I pose this as an open question to Ghost because he's already done scouting. Is there how do I put this? Is there a connection to the ground in there? Is there a basement? Is there a crawl space? Is there a cellar? Anything like that?
Didn't see any signs of a basement. The foundation, at least, it seemed solid. There could be, but there wasn't any external way in that I could find.
Next question, this is kind of for Zeke. What are the limits of the trimmer vein? If I touch the foundation, can I trimmer vein the foundation? How's that work?
Yeah, there's nothing that says that it doesn't go around corners or anything. So yeah, if you
From the outside, if I touch the foundation, will I see
you
inside
trim
the building?
inside. Yes.
Okay, I just need to get up to the edge of the building. If you can get me there, I can tell you if there's anyone inside.
Again,
So you've passed without trace for another 58 minutes.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. So let's find a good opening and see if we can get over there.
55 minutes.
How can you tell if someone's inside?
I have a trick. I have a tool. I'm not good at magic myself, but I am good at using tricks. If everybody's on board with this, I'll see if there's a dark nook that I can get to just long enough to touch the
I mean, kind of what you see is what you get. You're on the side of the building that doesn't have like a guard posted at it. There's this guy here, but there's it'll require a stealth check.
Gotcha. What's go, Sam?
You can do a military crawl, correct?
Oh, this is classic sapper work. I literally did operations like this. Yes.
Right, then as you will, and I will use my silent image to essentially just raise the ground up around Bones slightly
Outstanding.
as he military crawls.
Okay. I think that with all the tricks you've pulled out, give me a stealth check with advantage from Bones and a spellcasting check with advantage from Ghost.
And a +4 from pass.
And also +4 from Pass. And I'll count the +4 towards the spellcasting check. Alright, 17 from Ghost and then from Bones. 28.
Oh, that's +4.
Perfect. More than enough. Bones under the cover of a well-done illusion. Again, kind of getting some war flashbacks, maybe a little bit. You crawl across the ground over to the side of the building, where you can sort of see the foundation underneath sort of the outer wall, and you tell me what you do.
I am going to place my palm up against the foundation. I activate the trimmer vein node. I don't actually... Okay, it's just a chunk of onyx. So there's like a little piece of rock that I put in my palm, and I press it up into the foundation of this thing up against the brick. And then silver veins that only I can see begin to crackle out from my palm across the ground around me through the foundation of the building to a range of 60 feet in all directions. And for a minute... I have tremor sense with that in that whole area, and I can detect creatures as if I was anywhere in that area. So I just begin doing perception checks looking for creatures inside the building.
Outstanding.
And anything else that would be moving and detectable on tremor sense.
Perfect.
Does that include like automaton and stuff?
Presumably anything that would set off tremor sense. I have tremors, 5s right now. Yep.
Incredible. You go ahead and give me a perception check with advantage. As it says, you have advantage on perceiving things in the area as if you were in the area.
22.
22. Okay. Within 60 feet, and again, you size up the size of this building. That's getting you about halfway across the building-ish. Don't detect any movement in there, any presences. You don't. You sort of send your senses along these silver veins and feel the minor vibrations in the foundation. You feel little vibrations from machinery whirring.
Sure.
But you don't feel the footsteps of anyone walking around in there. How long do you wait?
If I don't sense creatures when I do that ping, I give it like 10 seconds just to be sure. I pull out, I look back to Ghost, and I make a motion towards the alley there. Okay. And then I will start heading towards that alley.
I will say real quick, as you sit there and just kind of sit on it for about 10 seconds, you do eventually start to feel some footsteps, some like big heavy footfalls. They feel too heavy to be. They're either someone in very heavy arcano-mechanical armor, kind of like marbles, or they're a construct or something.
Yeah,
big heavy metal movement inside of there.
Understood.
It falls like the gate of footsteps.
Yep. Got it.
It comes into your range, comes closer, and then moves out of range eventually. It feels like something like patrolling, and it just entered your range and then
Time is
exited.
sort of the essence, but with just that quick little bit, are the footsteps perfectly spaced, or does it feel organic?
22 is your perception check.
And again, very good at tracking humanoids, and presumably the inverse is true.
They do feel fairly uniform.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. I will slip around through the alley. I'll make sure that I'm not being seen if possible, and I'll try to get towards the middle of these buildings.
Yep, carrying the same check, you just return to your friends?
No.
Sorry, is that what you're doing?
Down south into the alley. I'm trying to get to the other half of this building.
Okay, so this is misleading. Just future reference. This big shaded off part to the southeast is the second floor for when you guys get inside.
Understood.
What is actually there is just sorry, that's really misleading, and I'm just now
How
realizing.
tall is the building?
Two
stories?
It's 2 stories. It's taller than a normal. It's probably
is a warehouse.
It's probably
That
40
makes so
feet
much
tall.
sense.
Probably about 40 feet.
I have Tabaxi Dash and a climb speed. Can I get up, over, and down the other side in
Totally.
60 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Climb up over on top of the building and run over across the roof.
Yeah.
While he's climbing up the building, can he feel what's on the second floor?
Great question.
But you stop and do your tremor vein thing?
My hands have
Or
to be
is it
on
is it
there.
just a passive sense of yours? Or
It's a pretty active thing. I have to be connecting to the nodes. But when
you
I
also
get,
just take it with you unless you're leaving it
I-
back there.
probably when I get to the top of the roof, if there's no guards up there, I take a second. I just bend down and put it on the gravel of the roof.
Yeah. Carrying your stealth check, you go across the roof without getting anything's attention. You quickly do tremor sense on the roof, so you have a bit of a better radius. And now from that range, you can feel consistently those steps of whatever it is patrolling inside of there. It stays within 60 feet of you.
Okay, gotcha.
When you're in the top in the middle of the building, without sensing the whole building.
That's what I was going to say. It goes down 2 stories. That makes sense. Cool.
Right.
Then actually, I'm not going to go down to the other side. I'll wait there for the remaining 35 seconds or whatever and just feel for 35 seconds from the top of the roof.
Yeah, all you hear is a very uniform, patterned patrolling inside the building.
Okay.
As you are at the top of the building, I will just telepathically connect with you and just say, you're at the edge of my range, so if you go any further, I won't be able to hide you.
Got it. I look back to the party to make sure that there's nobody that can see or hear them.
They're still hidden with stealth checks they made earlier.
Got it. Beep. Just
And
to
then I'll
see
just
what
give
he
a
does
thumbs
when
up.
he gets a beep.
Okay.
Okay. And then I'm going to start sending one construct inside.
Cool.
No humanoids.
Yep, you get that message.
At least not moving.
You, for what it's worth, this is obvious. You feel the shuffling of the footsteps of the actual human security guards outside.
Yeah.
But that's not surprising. Okay, you guys get that message from Bones, who's up on the roof.
Yeah, and then I assume he just kind of goes over to the edge of the roof and perches there, and then waits to see what the party does.
Oh, I have a question.
Yes.
Ghost has the ability to select specific people when he communicates with them. Can he just try to talk to Top or Yo-Yo?
I absolutely can. It's just that they can't respond, so there isn't
You just
much
tell
point
them to move.
to it.
Tell
I
them,
can
stomp their feet.
tell them that we're here, but that's it.
You can tell them to make a noise, stomp their feet or something.
Yeah, you can in theory. If you send a telepathic message out, and in the blind, hoping for it to hit Top and Yo-Yo, and say stomp your feet, then nothing happens to Bones.
Yeah. I will just telepathically to our party just be like, Are we certain that they would be kept in the factory, or maybe there's some other building that they would be housed in, like a prison complex or something?
Yeah, they probably wouldn't keep them near workers.
Cadence has a relevant hand raiser.
Yeah, sorry. As you're like saying that to the party, I'm leaning over to Patches. They wouldn't keep them in the secret factory where the military secrets are at. If you were going to smuggle someone in this village, where would you do it?
He shrugs and says,
I think it'd be a little bit. I'm currently kind of meta being controlled by the DM, so I kind of feel like I should not be.
Would you help me make a criminal lore roll to see if there's a spot to hide?
he will give
I love that.
he'll give you advantage on a like
Do you know what the meta is?
history or insight or investigation and apply your criminal lore.
27 investigations.
So very good. There's so many unknowns. Many unknowns. For all you know, there could be a room inside of that factory that's warded against divination specifically for keeping some prisoner in. You know what I mean? You know from Bones earlier that like apparently at least once recently some like weird somebody came through the factory.
Right.
On a 27, operating under the assumptions that you guys are making, operating under the assumptions that Mick Eisenhower, through other people, has abducted the twins for the purpose of trying to exchange them for Marvel's power core. You don't think it's like impossible or insane that they would be here in the factory? No.
Okay.
You could imagine that there would be somewhere else that he's hiding them, but you don't think it's crazy to think that they're in the factory.
Okay.
Can Patches cast augury to see if we can find them here?
Yeah, you can try. You float the idea of an augury spell, and Patches will sit down and begin a 10-minute ritual, which I don't think you guys are that pressed for time for the moment, so you guys can take that 10 minutes. He goes off to sort of an alleyway because he has to light candles to do this. He doesn't want to make a bunch of light out here in this open area. And as he gets them all lit, he says, so what did you want me to ask?
Can we find the twins?
Yeah. You basically say your plan for the next 30 minutes is go into the factory looking for the twins.
Right, yeah. Or maybe
Not
even
even just this
whole
factory room,
area.
but like this
This whole compound, yeah.
this compound.
We're going to search this compound for the twins.
Okay. You're going to search the compound for the twins. He puts 10 candles in a line with his wheel candles on one end and his woe candles on the other, and sort of does his incantations. And as he finishes his spell casting, the candles start to flicker to life. The farthest to the woe end erupts. And then the one next to it lights up a little bit as well. In other words, you don't want to get you don't get the impression that you're absolutely fucked if you go in here, but you absolutely get the impression that you're not going to find the twins here.
Yeah.
We may not be able to find the twins here, but we can potentially find Vanira here, and she may be able to lead us to them.
Right. I was going to say something weird has happened here in the past few days.
They could just be spotting Kageori showing up. It could be that and nothing else.
It is also worth mentioning that if he's in an anti-divinatory chamber, it would block augury too.
We could rest this night on the other side of that mesa
Yeah.
and come back in the morning and try this once more.
Yep, I agree.
Do we want to head back already? We have cover of darkness right now. If we want to try and just...
What are your thoughts?
I will say that this might Ghost might be about to say this, but I'll say it with Bones' knowledge as well. Coming back here at all in the day is going to be much, much harder from a stealth perspective. It'll be nearly impossible to sneak in here tomorrow. You're gonna have to find some other way, just deceit or something.
It is also worth mentioning that I told the sheriff that we were suspicious of this place and he should be aware and more cautious here for a while. News that probably has not made it tonight, but will have made it tomorrow.
This being said, Ghost, do you have idea for the next hour or two?
I could potentially draw one of the guards off, but that will obviously
Cause alarm.
alert them. But
Does the chimney have a ladder going down?
Great question. I think it
We can
would.
just, what about
I could repel too, but a lot of big blood factories.
lower specs?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Real quick, before you even get to that, on the second floor, there are essentially on the east side of the building, there's windows along that side, giving you the impression that they're offices or something up in the top floor of the building. They all are curtains drawn inside. So if you have some way to overcome that barrier, you can look into these rooms, but you see windows leading into little rooms inside.
Got it.
Might have a way to open the curtains. importantly, do the curtains have any metal on them? Like, some curtains have like metal.
Yeah, they have like the rings on the top.
I have
Lodestone.
mag.
I would say I also have a lodestone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, you can send that to me on the beeper. I'm like, oh yeah, I do have a lodestone.
Yeah, I also have magnetic attraction, which could.
I'll take a lodestone. I'll see if I can just ship this.
Give me a Thieves' Tools check.
I love it. 7.
7.
What?
You're able to move them your thing just isn't quite strong enough through the thickness of the glass pane to pull them very far, but you managed to ruffle them enough that you can see in there and see that essentially there is an office and a couple of conference rooms.
Okay.
But you can't make much detail on a 7.
Right. I could crawl through the chimney. It's not impossible that they have it alarmed, and if so, I can get out quickly. But at what point are we willing to start possibly tripping alarms, is what I'm asking. It is my thought that at some point we're going to have to risk tripping these alarms to find Vanera or whatever information is in here, and now might be our best opportunity.
Bones, are you sure you want to go in there alone? Or, are you wanting us to follow? What is the plan? What are we doing?
I would very much like for you guys to follow if you think you can get onto the roof sneakily. Yeah.
I do not.
And then that being the case, I don't mind sneaking around alone. I just know that if an alarm sounds, you need to be ready to run, and I will be ready to run.
Well, I can run all day, so...
Marisco, if you wish to, you can go ahead and roll me a stealth check to sneak up onto the roof with Bones.
Okay.
You still have Pass Without Trace up at the moment, so that lasts for an hour, I believe.
30.
Bones are on top of the roof now.
I'll send him the beeper. Remember, the beeper makes some noise. I'll keep using it to talk out to you, Marble, but have Ghost send messages in telepathically.
Roger.
All right. So Bones and Marisco are trying to Santa Claus their way right down these chimneys.
Oh, real quick before I commit to that, am I out of Ghost telepathy range?
I think you're still in range. Is 120 maybe?
120.
Might be pushing it.
close.
Yeah, a little bit outside of it from that far side of the building.
And also he's up high, so Pythagoras is
True, yeah, even further.
All right.
Thank you.
If we don't respond, do an SOS and we'll be out as fast as we can. Yeah. Okay, down we go.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a check involved in shimmying down a chimney. You guys shimmy your way down. It's not comfortable. It's a tight squeeze. You guys sneak your way down these chimneys without making too much sound, easing your way down, climbing down these. There's ladders in there, like you said. You're climbing down ladders, not like you're just shimmying. Eventually, you reach a spot where obviously you can't climb into the machinery, but there's a door that you can open to enter. You open that door up. There's a lot of alarms on this building, but none of them are
I was kind
on
of
the chimneys.
Yeah.
That's good.
All rules are written in blood. They're about to learn one. Whoa! It's
That is
a
neat.
laboratory.
a yellow man. He's the one walking around.
He's the one walking around.
Do the sabotagery on it.
Oh,
It's also square.
Bones looking around, you know your way around a Vanguard factory. You worked in one. This giant apparatus that you're standing next to is where the ether tapper works.
Yep.
They just spend all day pumping ether into this machine.
Drawing mana.
Yep, for everything else in this town and in this factory to use. There's a bunch of apparatuses around that you could spend some time studying. At the moment, you just kind of are scanning for specifics. There's a ton of just workstations where things are being constructed, various parts and bits. We'll come back to that in a moment.
Yep.
Around the way, plugged into a big giant arch, not quite, it's like a big rectangular frame with a bunch of cords plugged into its back and its arms and its shoulders, is a enormous construct made of sort of all brass with big heavy pipes on its shoulders where it would be activated. However, the moment you're looking right at it and it looks inert, looks deactivated, looks like it's not turned on.
That's not going to be the case for long because it was moving around.
You see that there is a staircase here that leads up to a catwalk. As you see sort of the shadowed portions along the edges here, there is a catwalk. And move us to the second story map so you can see some more stuff that you are seeing. Back towards the back here are some doors that lead back to other little chambers that you can't see very well into from your current position.
Yep.
And then up on the catwalk, walking up there, you hear the clank, 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 clank of steps of the source that you were hearing earlier, Bones. There is a much smaller construct, only the size of like a human, lighter in build. It has sort of like a an old-timey scuba diver looking head that in the front has an enormous camera lens. You can see like the shutter inside. It has another lens just like it on its chest. You see that it has like a little light on its forehead that is kind of shining around as it just walks and it does patrols. This thing, you guys have rolled a 30 and a
29-ish. I roll again if you want.
Let's roll it again. We'll call this a new one anyway, because you're kind of a new situation anyway.
Yep.
Working without Ghost's illusion now anyway.
22.
22 being the lower of the stealth checks. This creature adds plus 10 to its perception. I'm going to roll its perception check in front of the board. That is a natural 18 for a total of 28. As you guys ever so carefully push open the door of this chimney sort of exit hatch, there's just the faintest little creak. Not very much noise at all, but on a 28 perception check from this sentinel, it turns towards you, and the very first thing that happens is that there is a flash, and the lens of its shutter closes and opens as it takes a photograph of you. And that is where we will pick up on the next session of Spirit and Salt.
Hell yeah.
Thank you everybody so much for watching.
Thanks, guys.
And we will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.